All right, it is Sunday, nerds. Yippee! How's it going, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me say hello to everybody. How you doing, Steve? Congratulations on you first. How you doing, Zetai? How you doing, Ars? How you doing, Puri? How you doing, Jay? How you doing, Linguini? And how you doing, Fio? And how you doing, Sharkray? And how you doing, Horror Loving? If you better snap to that. Noise. And how you doing, the casual maker? And how's it going, everybody? I might have like missed or whatever. How are you nerds doing? I'm distraught because the last of my vacation is over. I'm back. How you doing, Solat? No, I still remember the one time that somebody was like, "I'm going to be a menace on purpose," as in like I'm actively going to start a fight and make shit worse. I'm like, why would you admit to that? Like, why are you like this? I don't understand. I will never understand like. I like internet trolling in the way of being like a little trickster, but not just like being an asshole. Yeah, it's nipple time. I should explain what that means to people. So these are from Wrath of Kings. It's like a very walk-fu sort of game, visually speaking. And I was joking about these, and you guys got me them for Christmas, so I'm gonna paint them because like you got them for me for Christmas. Oh shit! Hold on, I fucked up. You gotta see the left hand. No. No, I'm not properly dressed for stream. Oh well. There we go. But yeah, I'm very happy about them. I also got their bases are here. They're drying a bit because I decided to do a little bit of pre-painting on them because like so normally these are on 40 mils, but I decided to put them on 30 mils because 32 mils because what I want to do is use them for games of 3rd edition 40k as Khorne Berserkers because I mean they kind of hit that same mold, you know. Ilf. I'm sure they did. I know I've watched the first 2 Guardians of the Galaxy movies, and I retain very little about them. I mean, like general stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I haven't really watched anything Marvel-ish in a hot minute. I'm okay with that. How you doing, Minida? How you doing? How you doing, Noodles? Welcome. I'm going to start with their funky little collars and then work on the... This is mostly just going to be painting like very, very like over-exaggerated flesh. And I'm okay with it. I'm going to get a little bit of black on there. And horde news. Oh no, what kind of horde news? I mean, to be fair, like out of all the Chaos God worshippers to be bare-chested, I would say even more like you would assume Slanesh, but no, really, because like even think about Karn. Karn's got the fucking like Hatsune Miku twin tails, and then also what's it called? And then also just like bare ass arms and stuff like that. A lot of Khorne Berserkers and Age of Sigmar and stuff are just like full out muscle. So it's just kind of funny how that works out. Yeah, freezing. Oh, that's fucked up. How? Rip. I mean, that's so like assuming it's melted. It's not. Is it rancid? Because like, you know, I do think melted ice cream is delicious. I purposely sometimes let my ice cream sit for a bit, so it's like it's not like kind of like ice cream soup. I think for me is the optimal ice cream temperature. Even though I know I'm a weirdo for that. Maybe still give it a go. Maybe it's still worth something in its delectable soup form. Put in a big old Slurpee bowl. Let's go. Oh, that's fair. Let's see. Oh, we got ad break. I will reply to the soupening after that then. Been like really sloppy. I think something like I've noticed watching other people paint is I think my brush control's gotten worse. But like I'm realizing my brush control's gotten worse. I think it's not that like I'm bad at it. Is that I just got really, really, really lazy. Gotta stop being so lazy because mini painting's kind of my thing, and I gotta, you know, I want to put my whole ass into it. A smidge thicker than like I guess could you refreeze it a little bit just to kind of like get it? I know once it melts the texture is never quite the same, but you could probably like reconstitute that. Also, Jay, enjoy your lurk, yo. But yeah, hopefully you guys have had a good. I spent basically all of yesterday. It's weird. I'm not good at parties, but I went to one yesterday. It wasn't like a yeah, we're gonna get drunk and stuff. It was like my magic group has ended up colliding with another magic group just because there was like a crossover of some of the players. So I went to like a big event, and it was weird because on one hand, like I had like a pretty decent time, but also like I knew like maybe like 3 people there. So I'm like, oh god, I don't know any names. I'm just gonna like I hate to be that like introverts do this. They pet the dog at parties, but goddamn did I pet that dog at a party. They had a very nice dog. But it wasn't too bad though. I got luckily the binding structure to all this was plain magic, and I did do that. So that was fun. I've also worked on a little bit of some mini bases as well. I've been having a lot of fun for some mini stuff. Like I can show you guys in a bit once I get the collars on. I'll show you guys some things I've been cooking up. Because I want to get these collars like slightly drier before I decide to work on the rest of the mini. So that way it doesn't like leak or anything. Then again though, I don't know. Maybe I could do some more wet blending that way. I did. There was a couple games. So the big thing that they did, which is really, really cool. Yeah, no, they got collars. And I know the way some of you nerds activate when collars are mentioned, because listen, I know you nerds. But like still. But the idea was that like we brought some of our own decks and played, but also the idea was that we were doing kind of like a blind like Secret Santa thing. With the idea that everybody was just going to proxy, like we basically put in a big proxy order for EDH, and then we, with that proxy order, we just decided just to build decks for other people. Listen, I talk to girls IRL, mind you, they're just at the LGS, and they're usually just like other people's like girlfriends or wives or whatever. It's not a big deal. But I'm not that shut in. As far the thing about being a mini like war game player and stuff like that, I could be significantly more shut in. If it wasn't for the fact that all my nerd hobbies require like some level of group participation. How you doing, Spork? And how you doing, Baconator? Welcome. Now these are, as far as I can tell, these aren't control collars. I think they're just collars because, like I said, this game is like, I don't know who the artist is, but like I said, this has very like Wakfu sensibilities where everything is like really cartoony and exaggerated and like European. So it's like, yeah, is this guy like a gigantic cartoonish like muscle berserker? Yeah. Does he have gigantic pierced nipples? Yeah, he does. Yeah, he do. Yeah, honestly, a lot of people are like married or dating in the hobby. Like, I know there's that kind of like, oh, you like D&D players must be like 300 pounds and sad. But nah, my experience, not really. No, mind you, I don't play D&D. I play more niche war games. How you doing, a Wretched Goblin? So I don't think so. From what I understand, Cool Mini or Not is in the process of imploding, and the game has been kind of in this like weird zombified state for years. Where it was like, well, they're like the game was still available, but because I think it was unfortunate, one of those things that like if something does really well on Kickstarter, it sometimes means that it just will never have like a presence in a store, like Warcaster from the War Machine people. From what I understand, great game. I actually ordered the Kickstarter for that because I was curious. But like the local scenes were never able to move organically. Like I think the only reason why like Turnip and Trench Crusade have managed to kind of like pivot away from that, despite being like big Kickstarter games, is that there's like a bit more like, yeah, DIY it yourself, go more grassroots. But like something for like Cool Mini or Not is not going to do anything like that because they're stupid. Cool Mini or Not, I have a grudge because I like some of their games and they just managed them poorly. You know, and the fact that they are currently in the process of imploding, I think, is an indication that they're not ran particularly well. How you doing, Moss? How you doing? American Expat Live. Yeah, let's go. Americans bring in good gameplay overseas. I don't know if that's usually true or not, but whenever I see like competitive things about like usually like when the teams of different countries meet up, it sounds like everyone's having a great time. So like that's not too bad. I'm still like every now and then I will see like in the 28 like the deeper 28 community where they're like, yeah, we went to this like very small European nation that's on the border of like 3 others. I mean like Eastern Europe, and they go like play games in like fucking castles and shit. I'm like, God, that sounds fucking rad. Oh, that sounds incredibly rad, but like I don't know how I'd even begin to jump into that. Oh, so how you doing? How you doing over here? How you doing? Yes, these guys. I think in terms of just pure like tit mass are probably the biggest I've painted. I'm usually, these are. I don't know. Here's the thing. I've been on the internet to learn long enough that this is somebody's preferred body type, but like, I don't know. They don't activate any of my neurons, so I don't read them as sexual anyway. But like, I haven't painted any minis that are big of breasts. I think I've done like a couple of Kingdom Death minis. I don't know if I've ever done those on stream. I have a bunch of Kingdom Death minis that I've like, you know, for Kingdom Death when you're, or like really just any minis that like, you're like, oh, I want to get better at doing X technique before I kind of like go into them. Played Daggerheart. I have not. Apparently there's like a million. So for context, I'm going to MagFest next week, so I'm going to be out entirely, just as a heads up. There are like a million billion like preview things for Daggerheart. And like, I might do one because I'm curious, but also like the appeal of Daggerheart isn't that it's a game. The appeal of Daggerheart is it's made by the Critical Role people. And I don't have any like real attachment to the Critical Role people. So, Scar's Mercy. No, that sounds fantastic, actually. But yeah, well, those guys are drawing some other projects I've been working on. I showed you guys, this is going to be my Desecrated Saint for Trench Crusade. And I've been trying to think of like how to do a base. And I forgot that I really like that like super glue flesh technique, where you take PVA glue and just super glue and you kind of like swoosh them together. So I got this nice crusty meat base, which I'm going to put the lad on. Yeah, let's go. And then what else do I got going on? Belisarius Call, which is a mini I picked up from my shop's used bin. I stripped the paint off of him already. Like, he was really close to being done, but this is like a really dumb thing. Ages ago, somebody was like, yeah, no, that doesn't look very good. You should try that again. And that was when I was in like, oh man, oh man, someone on the internet said my paint job was bad. I guess I should throw it out, and I did. I don't do that anymore. Like, you know, I upload minis on the YouTubes, and sometimes I get people. I had one guy that was like, oh, that was bad. You should try that again. Great start though. I'm like, okay. It's just people trying to nag you on the internet. But like, you know, at least this time I turned it into something cool. I added some more like sprue goo to kind of make the bits a bit more even. I've been working on his base, which is, I accidentally got thicker cork than I usually use, but I've kind of been enjoying the body it brings. So I got that going on. So yeah, he might be painted at some point. He's not like a high priority target, but maybe at some point. I also got this guy as well. I got that. I left it up though because I was like, I don't care. It's fine. I'll leave it up. So yeah, how you doing, nobody? How you doing? And this is my my Saturnine Praetor, which I've been working on. So basically, let me zoom in a little bit so you guys get a better grasp of what's going on. So yeah, 3D printed head. I'm basically going to do all these like daemonettes from Bestiarum as like statues. I want to do like bronze stuff. I also need to like clean this up a bit, so the optimal way I think to do these is to actually, you fucking know it, word bearer, hell yeah. The optimal way to do this is to actually have both weapons, but I kind of want to make it like a dual weapon. So it's less chunky. So this is like a toothpick, and then I kind of combine the axe. I actually went a little like I ran out of my good glue, so I used a thinner glue, and it was so thin that it kind of fucked up bits of the hands. They're not the worst though. I'll definitely make it through. Like, he's not done yet, but he's getting there. What's he doing? How you doing, the architect? How you doing? Hold on, give you a better snap. Nice. Hell yeah. I mean, it does look very cookie sized. I can agree with that. It's got like a nice thick biscuit sort of setup. Like this is a proper Dunkin'. That's a proper thing to dunk. If he's the sticking word bearer. Hey, listen. I'm word bearers are my boys. Word bearers are my boys. I love them. Even like the funny thing is usually people are like, no, my favorite space marines are cooler. Don't you slander them. I'm like, hell yeah. Talk shit about word bearers. It's great. Like when people are like, a lot of people don't like Lorgar, and I understand, and that just makes me like him more because I like a flawed Primarch. Because I mean it's tricky because there's like flawed Primarchs and like flawed Primarchs that people want to kiss on the internet, and Lorgar doesn't have that. I legitimately wonder if Lorgar had hair. I wonder if Lorgar had hair, if people on the internet would want to smooch him more. I do wonder that. Because like out of all like I'm trying to think of like what other Primarchs are like a lot of Marines are bald, but like a lot of Primarchs aren't. Like, what's another bald Primarch? I feel like I'm missing some. Oh, Alfarius and Omegon, but like no one wants to kiss them either. I think that's just really a thing that's, yeah, I think if you're a bald Primarch, people don't want to smooch you. Oh, I love it if he had a fucking, like, it's like tonsures or whatever. Oh, I would love that. Oh, I would love that. Vulcan's bald. True. Okay, Vulcan's bald. Have I seen someone on the internet who wants to smooch Vulcan? Answer maybe? I forget what, it's like the monk haircut where it's like basically like a bowl cut. It's more like a donut cut. Where so you have like a head on your, like a donut head. Yeah, I forget, tonsure, I don't remember what it's called. Yeah, people want to hug Vulcan. But not much more than that. Also trying, I'm mixing a little bit of the Pro Acryl Dark Ivory and then the Evil Red for a base. Oh yeah, God, how did I forget that a horse is bald? Purdy's weird because I always remember, like, there's like a piece of art where he's got those like the quote unquote dreadlocks, like the big mechanical kind of things, like the connection cables. So in my brain he doesn't register as bald, but you're not wrong. Like Purdy is bald. I don't know if I don't know. Usually for when it comes to Primarchs, people want to smooch. It's Angron, it's Sanguinius, it's Gilliman, and it's Kurz. Those are usually the ones people want to smooch. I think if anything, Fulgrim's an anomaly where by all accounts he should be a smoochable Primarch. No, I see very few people want to kiss Fulgrim. I wonder for the people who typically like to smooch Primarchs if he's a little too kind of like, you know, like, I don't know, he's just like a little too like, yes, I'm Fulgrim, ooh. Like I wonder if they're not a big fan of that. I don't know. It's just funny. I like seeing people talk on the internet about which Primarch they want to kiss. Because I just find I find Yume Joes fascinating, and I just like seeing them out in the wild just doing their thing. I think this mixture's turned out pretty good. Yeah, oh no, he is very creepy. He is absolutely very, very creepy, for sure. But yeah. Why don't people want to kiss the Khan? That's bullshit. I do need to read the various the like White Scars books. Apparently, like White Scars are one of those like Space Marine chapters where they don't get a huge amount of books, but apparently every book they've ever had is just like a fucking banger. I feel like I've seen like one or two people want to smooch Lehman Russ. There's like a couple. Just a couple. Like, I think unfortunately, I do think visibility for Primarchs determines a lot on whether people want to kiss them on the internet, and like, you know, G-Dubs like doesn't even remember the White Scars exist most of the time. Like, oh, so how you doing, Serge? How you doing? I have seen like one or two Mortarian Yume Joes, which kind of surprised me, but also like, you know, good for them. Hell yeah, let's go. No, see, like I said, I've seen more people out there. There's how you doing, Vampire Soft? How you doing? Welcome. Sorry, Vampire Sophie. I thought Vampire Soft like your fucking like Japanese video game company from the 90s. I mean, Vampire Soft sounds like somebody who absolutely produced 3 PlayStation 1 games and then went bankrupt. I would believe that. How you doing, Sophie? How you doing? Welcome. We're talking about people who want to smooch Primarchs. There's another mini painting VTuber named Froggy PhD, and Froggy very much wants to kiss Mortarion on the mouth. I do enjoy the Warhams. I do. Oh fuck! I didn't change my titles. Oh my god! Hold on. Hold on. Let's see, I did not change my category. I'm currently in games and puzzles. Let me fix that. I got people coming in who are like, this is a weird game, but I'm here for it. What's that? Chotto. There we go. I'll just do that. I'll leave Oji-san. There we go. Yippee! There we go. All right. There we go. Oh, the Lion of Gilf. Yeah. It's kind of funny because like the Lion kind of is somewhat of a pretty boy, like prior to his big nap, where now he's just like grizzled man. How you doing, Dark Muffin? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, it's a very funky little puzzle. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Like I'm in a weird mood where it's like, for me, so it's odd. God, camera froze too. God damn. That's very hot compared to usual. Hold on, let me. Property. Activate. I'm gonna crack my door a little bit to let some out because overheat. I like this Elgato cam link, but tends to get really hot, and I don't know if it gets hot because of just like how long I've had it. Like, I don't know if those have like a shelf life. It's basically been kicking around for like 4 years. Doing pretty well, and I only really every now and then have to plug it in and out, so it's not, as far as like disposable tech goes. Don't want to smooch anyone from the Slanesh side. Some people do. Some people do. I kind of feel like it, if you introduce Fabius Bile to the right Yumejo, you might change her life. I could easily see that. I could easily see. I think there's people out there who would absolutely like kiss Erebus like full force on the mouth, but I just don't know if they're aware that the treasure they seek lies buried deep into the archives of the Horus Heresy. It's like, oh god, I'm so glad. I liked Ripper. Ripper was a neat experience, but I am so glad to be done from it mechanically. The funny thing, like years in the future, I'm gonna look back on Ripper as like, oh, that was a neat little game, and just blot all the puzzles out of my mind, or maybe just remember them as just like that. It's like a gigantic, just like floating evil void. How you doing, Lana? How you doing? How you doing? Well, I guess I switch on the Nurgle side. Some people do want to kiss Mortarion. Usually it's just Mortarion though. Like no one's just really not a lot. I guess Typhus. I guess you could technically smooch him. He is a pile of insects, but I'm sure somebody out there is like wants to kiss Oogie Boogie on the mouth. He's effectively like more dour Oogie Boogie with less musical chops. Which, mind you, Oogie Boogie's like musical chops are doing a lot of carrying. No, I mean there's like I don't think that there's any healing for them. There are just some people who are like quote unquote built different. And I find that neat. I find that neat. Oh yeah, no, I feel like someone would kiss Loken on the mouth. I could easily say that. Cause like Loken is so as somebody who's like slowly reading through the Horus Heresy books, I'm not gonna do all of them because that's insane, and I've already done basically all the Word Bearers ones except for Aurelian. I started going backwards and actually reading the first couple, and like Loken's a cool guy. Look, I like Loken. I like Loken. Like, is it a controversial opinion that I find Torgaradon absolutely fucking annoying? I mentioned this before, but Torgaradon is written like if you had a friend named Crazy Paul, and it's like, whoa, it's Crazy Paul. Hey, Crazy Paul, what you doing? Sup? And he's just like in the corner. Like, whoa, isn't he fucking crazy? I feel like he's written like that. Or more like Funny Paul. Funny Paul. It's like he tries to be funny, and like maybe like 9 out of 10 times he's not. Sometimes he is. And when he's serious, I find he's actually is like kind of a neat character, but goddamn. Meanwhile, I think Loken actually lands more jokes. I think Loken actually lands more jokes successfully than Torgaradon does, which is great. Funny you should mention automatic overhead. I have not read it myself, but I do know for a fact that there is a Thousand Suns Omegaverse fanfic that exists on AO3, where the premise is that the Thousand Suns, in order to spit in the face of the Emperor himself, have figured out how to have Omegaverse sex to create babies. I was curious one day and decided to take a look to see if it existed, because I was like, oh, they'll probably do like in my brain, I expected like Space Wolves. I totally expected Space Wolves, and I was like, yeah, that feels like an easy lateral move. Also, the air fryer. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Thank you. We're talking about horrible things. Listen, I have to offload all my curse upon ye before I travel to Magfest. And but yeah, no, apparently it was is that a belly or is that a belt? This guy's a gut play or just a weird gut? I think it's just a weird gut. Yeah. Apparently, I have to assume it's the. I don't think I have to assume it's not the rubric, the rubricae that are doing that. I have to assume it's the sorcerers, but I don't know. I haven't read it. I'm not the target demographic for that. Once again, I find the fact that it exists fascinating, and I don't want the people who write it to stop ever. But like, it's not for me. Like I don't know. I like to be pretty open about like things that like I'm not the target audience. I don't enjoy this, but I don't want this like stricken from the internet. I think people with different weirdo taste in mind should be allowed to, you know, frolic and be free and whatnot. I think that's a neat way to live life. How you doing, Charlie? How you doing? Give it up for month 20. Hell yeah. Thank you for month 20. How you doing? I'm layering on some muscle flesh for these guys. This is going to be a lot of layering on muscle flesh, and I'm okay with that. This is the nice chill mini painting on a Sunday. Just get some big meat painted. That's all you really need. That's all you have to really need. Burn your eyes for science. Nah, I mean, like, once again, you know, I guess technically it's cursed knowledge, but like, you know, I still think objectively. Imagine that didn't exist. Probably an easy thing to do, to be honest, but imagine it didn't exist. The fact that it exists it brought a little sparkle of like wonder and whimsy to all of your hearts. Like, it doesn't matter that you'll never read it. Just the fact that it exists, I would argue, made your day slightly brighter. Add a little bit more zest. So how you doing, anthropomorphic dog? How you doing? Yeah, exactly. I would fight for other people's rights to be weird on the internet. I'm very much big on the internet being a place for weirdos to be weird, and every time somebody signs up and puts their full first and last name, I cry a little. Which is why I like being a VTuber, honestly. It's great. I'm basically like a screen name from a forum who just paints minis. It's great. It's fantastic. Would not trade it. Paint a Leviathan Dreadeye. Hey, let's go. Oh, they're not that bad, I think. It's been a while since I painted one of mine, but you could do worse. I've started another hobby. I'm prepared to keep it chill. Oh, what hobby? I liked in theory the idea of starting a bunch of hobbies, but I'm realizing that as I age, my time on this earth is limited, and that I need to lock the fuck in on like a couple. All the little nooks and crannies. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. You could easily do worse. Please. I'm also trying to continue to do the thing that like a string or a spider web. I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit. So like these are like the worst plastic. I like Wrath of Kings. I forgot how bad the plastic on these are. Is that like really like stringy board game plastic that like if you tried to cut. If you like, you basically have to cut it because if you try to file or sand it, it just becomes just like rubbery sadness. It's the fucking worst. I dislike it so much. Because like I have a bunch of Wrath of Kings minis, but I don't think I've actually like sat down and tried to build any. They've just always kind of like showed up to my house pre-built. That's within like 2 seconds. Oh god. Yeah, it's like. I'm sure there's ways for people to find out more about me and my disguised life, but I don't want that. The idea of being like a teacher in this internet age must be buck wild. It's like every now and then I'll hear about people who are teachers in like the spaces I'm in, and it sounds buck wild, just absolutely crazy. Because yeah, you got stuff like that. Like I don't know, I was like, you know, I've been on the internet since I was like 13, so I don't know I can really criticize anyone from starting the internet at a young age. But like the internet I started on was a very different internet. And then this one, I feel like it would explode someone's brain. Yeah, same goblin, same. It's why like conceptually I like BattleTech mechs, but every time I've tried, and like I understand that they're like, you know, they're meant to be cheap, so you could go to a Barnes and Noble, because that's the thing you can do, and just buy an entire lance for $25. And like I understand that in order to make that dream real, you have to cut some corners elsewhere. But God, every time I work with that fucking PVC plastic, it's the fucking worst. It's so rubbery. And like these guys, I feel like I got a bunch of mold lines, but I can already see one back here. And trust me, I tried. There were so many more. There were so many more mold lines. I tried my best. Oh yeah, fucking Newgrounds. Apparently, Newgrounds is still chugging along pretty nicely, actually, which is kind of nice. Like, Tom Fulp is one of those people that is like a genuine believer, which is why like Newgrounds, like Newgrounds has never like really kind of like it's weird. Like people are like, even I haven't gone to Newgrounds in a while, so like I'm also guilty. But like yeah, like it never really pierced the mainstream into becoming like a big juggernaut thing, but also because Tom Fulp knows what he's doing, at least for the most part. It's like the vision is still pretty good. I think it's pretty good. The internet. I do too, but I think that's also why like fostering communities and like, you know, just bringing what you like about it. Like that's another reason I like talking about like the things I like and like having like a nice little space on the internet for that. Like it's not perfect and everything, but like there's here it is. Ambulance where I'm at. Sort some things out with my landlady. Oh shit! Good sort things out or bad sort things out? I guess that's inherently bad. I hope it worked out though. That's more what I meant to say. I hope whatever sorting out you had to do was successful and worked out. They're coming up pretty. I might start trying to build out the muscle eyelid a bit sooner, but I also might give these guys I think I'm gonna give them a second coat on the top first before I do anything too wild. Might even paint some of the metals. How you doing, Matthew? How you doing? Yeah, no, oh, it's next week. It's next week. Totally understandable. Totally understand also. Supremely nice. And ooh, that's a good collection. Oh, that's a good collection of comics. That sounds like a good collection of comics. Oh yeah, let's go. Todd McFarlane stuff is something that like I've only like I've been aware of it for years, but I've never actually like read or seen anything. Like sometimes like I'll look at like the Todd McFarlane version of 90s Edge with like a kind of like whimsical nostalgia, even though for me it's kind of false because I wasn't like comics just weren't a thing where I grew up. Like we didn't have comic shops at all or like anything like that. Yeah, honestly, yeah, these guys do kind of got like the tick proportions. You're not wrong. You're not wrong with that. I can easily see where you're coming from with that, with the proportions. I think it's the head. I think if you hit the angle of the head just right, you get more like these are kind of like bladed a little bit, but you can get that like antenna vibe pretty easy depending on the angle. Yeah. I see where you're coming from. Oh, if like, oh, the temptation to do, I could try giving one of these guys a mom tattoo. That would be fun. So otherwise, the plan. Oh god, I'm moving this too far to the side. Oh yeah, we got some. Oh, it's just maintenance stuff. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Once again, like Strongbad's another one of those things that I just missed out entirely. Something I didn't realize is that like. I know that like I was aware and I don't recall how much I read. You guys remember Foamy the Squirrel? Like it was a very like Hot Topic kind of flash cartoon thing where it's like a squirrel that would say fuck a lot and like a sad goth woman that like lived with him or something like that. Yeah. Apparently the author of that is a VTuber. I didn't realize that. Apparently they're a VTuber called like I Will Press or something like that. I have not looked into any of their stuff really, but I've been just kind of like vaguely aware recently. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. Yeah, like something that's a degree. Yeah. What's how you doing, Nintendo? How you doing? Style change. Oh yeah, I think a lot of people in that era did change a lot. Like I know Jonan Vasquez streams sometimes. The fact that I rated Jonan Vasquez is still kind of a wild. Like it didn't mean anything. He definitely doesn't remember, and like it's not like he was like excited. He was, you know, I like Invader Zim, but Jonan Vasquez is Jonan Vasquez. He's always kind of been just like he sits on that like fine line of being an annoying asshole and being a whimsical asshole. So like I was like I knew what I was expecting rating in, so it wasn't too bad, but it's still kind of funny. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. See, I feel you on that, Charlie. Especially because like I'm not a big fan of comic singles. Like I don't like the little flippy floppy little comics. I like the big, like collected graphic novel editions. Those are my favorite. I don't know why, if it's I just don't like I don't know like how flimsy they are. Or they just seem to get like, you know, you got to like put them in special cases, or like they just get scuffed up a lot and travel. Like I think I used to have like a couple of Johnny the Homicidal Maniacs and just like, you know, the little kind of like typical like comic book format, and I just hated that structurally. Yeah, he's like I don't recall how edgy. I don't know how I'd say how edgy he is. Just like irreverent more than anything really. Oh, that's unfortunate though. That do be unfortunate. Yeah, a lot of people from like that era are still kicking around actually. And I don't know if it's just like they just did a bunch of things that people didn't care about, or just, you know, people naturally just kind of move on from stuff. That's not it is how doth life. It's just kind of interesting seeing what they're up to these days, you know. It's been neat. But yeah, if I don't have a link, I also am like vaguely like I don't know. I've not looked into their VTubing at all. It's always tricky when I go into yeah. Oh yeah, no, yeah, that is their name, yeah. Like what's it called? Where it's like there's other types. It's interesting. I'm so used to VTubing as a standard for streaming, and I know they are a VTuber, but I feel like they're one of the ones that aren't like super like VTuby about it. If that makes any sense. How you doing, Moira? How you doing? Welcome. Wait. What question did I answer? I believe you that I answered a question. I just don't remember. Accidentally help. Oh, there we go. Drop this bad boy. But how you doing? We're talking about we're talking about old comic creators becoming streamers. And it's just kind of funny how that works. Wonder what the like. Do you guys remember Lenore? Oh god. Oh fuck. Okay. I will fully admit that when somebody has a Twitch name that is very different from their like, you know, like DeviantArt, their Discord name, it throws my brain off immensely. I'm so bad at remembering names, or remembering multiple throws me off, but I'm glad I can help. I am glad I can help. I was just willing just to go, just like, yeah, there we go. Yeah, I think like I actually do wonder if like VTubing has been around long enough that we kind of also have like VTubing nostalgia as well. Like there's like a non-trivial amount of people coming back. Oh, someone stole your... Oh, that explains a lot. Okay, no, that's fair. I appreciate you not coming up with different names. It's nice. See, it's nice. Also, best of luck on the Gunpla stuff, Nintendo. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I actually think 2026 is going to be a very interesting year. And it's not just because I'm potentially going to be getting a new outfit. I don't know. But like, I mean, it seems neat. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be like a stable year or anything, but well, I think in the areas of things that I'm interested in, I feel like there's gonna be some cool shit going on. So I'm excited, and I hope I can contribute to that cool shit. Yippee! How you doing, Chris? How you doing? Oh yeah, so basically the concept of these guys in the universe of Wrath of Kings, my Wrath of Kings lore is a little rusty, so if anyone like super knows Wrath of Kings, I might get some of the details wrong. But basically in House Nasir, they put on these demon masks. It's basically like they got these like little wooden masks with like a demon in it, and like, you know, it gives you like cool powers and stuff, but after a while you start to bond with the demon. And like the more you bond with the demon, the mask becomes less of like a wooden mask, and like at this stage it's still a mask, but it's becoming more kind of becoming more like an exaggerated face thing. How you doing? Lobotomize me, please. How you doing? Let me get the... No, sorry, I left the drill in my other room. I do. And I don't, you know... I mean, you typically use an ice pick, but I like the idea of drill lobotomies. That's just like a fun idea. But yeah, so like there's like the... Okay, so this is entirely done with blue, like basically like blue tack, you know, gray tack. Where it's like this is one that's like one of the elites from the unit. Like they're led by these big ladies, and they kind of like they do actually kind of get more like furry face. Also, once again, very like French sensibilities, just like big old tits. Wrath of Mechanics is one of those games that I think is really neat, but I also like don't believe it would ever. I don't like if I don't know if even if Cool Mini or not ran it correctly, if it ever would have been huge. It's like a very specific. The thing is, I believe you can quote me on that one. I don't give a shit. The mechanics are cool. I know I've showed off the mechanics a little bit. Actually, hold on. I think I still got the cards out. Yeah, do it. So for context, this is how the mechanics work. So that's gonna be, there we go. So you see how there's like, also how you doing, John Kaitis-san? How you doing? I'm showing off, Wrath of King's stats. So movement, I think attack dice, I think like a defense die thing, and I think blood is health. You roll a, thank you, they have big nips. If you're referring to me, I'm joking. How you doing? But yeah, so you roll a d10 when you attack them, and usually when you roll a 10, they die, but also like 9 through 7 will die, and otherwise there'll be like different symbols. They're supposed to be like being blocked or being parried, and they got different abilities where sometimes where it's like, oh, so feint. Whenever you would see like a specific symbol on someone's chart, you can replace it because these guys are good at like dodging and stuff like that. So I think that's really, really cool. I really love that mechanic. Where it represents like dodging and stuff, and you can get some like interesting like rock, paper, scissors stuff. Oh, this is from a game called Wrath of Kings, which is, I don't know if they've ever explicitly been like, yes, this game is dead, but it's basically been dead for a while. Like, it's, if you ever just like need a bunch of cool minis in your life, you can basically buy like every starter box for like, you can actually buy a bunch of them for like maybe like $30 on eBay, pretty easy. It's more like a Warhammer sort of dealio, where it's like, you know, you paint and build a whole army. Though you're not going to be doing like a crazy amount of dudes in your army. It's like pretty low model count. Not like a skirmish one, but like, you know. How you doing, Fuber? How you doing? I have not played Relic Blade, so I do not recall. Yeah, the minis are kind of a pain. Yeah, no, I agree. I actually do have the rule book with the lore. The lore is written very strangely too. I don't know how to describe it. Just like the way they do it is just almost like you know how like you would read like a codex or whatever, or like even like a unit entry, and there's like a cool lore blurb. The way that they try to write it out in the book, I remember, was like very strange, where it's like trying to be like part history, part mechanics in a way that just kind of like feels weird to read. It's just kind of that like was this translated from a different language? I don't know. There's just like an inherent strangeness to the structure of it. First week of bowling. Ooh, hell yeah, let's go. Yeah, how was bowling? Oh, speaking about, we were talking about getting into not dumb hobbies, but getting into new hobbies, guys. I have made an interesting purchase for MagFest. I bought me a Beyblade. I got me a Beyblade. And you're like, Hal, why did you get a Beyblade? And the answer to that is really easy. There are multiple Beyblade tournaments at MagFest. And I want to try to enter them. Mind you, I am going like bone stock. I will be doing 0 customization. But I thought it'd be fun. Here, I can show you what I didn't do a crazy amount of research about which one I should get. I'll show you which one I got though. I'll show you which one I got. I just thought it'd be fun just to enter, because like I grew up with Beyblade, but it was like me and my stepbrother, and I had a really gimmicky, but he had like a standard Beyblade, and I had a gimmicky one that when you hit it, it would jump. With the idea that like, aha, it would spin underneath your opponent and jump and flip them over, making you the victor. Nah, it basically was just like, you just got a Beyblade with a weak point. Like, you basically picked up a Beyblade that specifically will die when your opponent hits it in the right way. It was a dumb gimmick. Yeah, it was, because like it was a cool idea, but it did suck ass. I could just, like, let me tell you which one I got though. I mean, I'm hoping it arrives before MagFest, because if not, apparently there's just no one sells Beyblades nearby, so I had to order it. I got the Buster Dran attack type. There we go. I got this bad boy. I was trying to find a good green one, but I don't think any of the green ones were really like the. This one's apparently very unga bunga, where it like holds up well, but you could fuck up if you just don't spin it right. But I'm gonna go heart of the cards, just spin to win and hope for the best. There we go. So yeah, this is the one I got. There we go. It is Buster Dran, that one. My plan is, so I'm gonna be handing out stickers at MagFest. I'm gonna put like a little howl in the middle, and spin. See how that goes. Here, the ripcord. So they were like, hey, if you want to enter, we're gonna have loners. But I'm like, I clearly need my own Beyblade. I clearly need my own Beyblade. So I got one. So I did get one. Oh yeah, the fucking like, I love how the legacy of Beyblades anime is that fucking Moses parting the Red Sea with a Beyblade picture. It's the greatest. You actually probably could also just buy a Beyblade at MagFest, yeah, but it's fine. It's fine. Assuming it arrives tomorrow, I should be more than okay. I should be more than okay for that, so it's not too bad. Best Beyblader? No, I would love to do more like cosplay dress-up stuff. MagFest sneaks up on me every year, and I don't know why, because like I know it's always in January. Oh, I keep thinking like, maybe it'd be cool to like dress up like some of my turnip guys, and then I'm like, oh shit, MagFest, and then it happens the same time. It happens every year, that exact pattern, over and over and over again. I wouldn't know. I don't know Beyblades too well, so like I don't know if Moses has like a special one. It'd be fun if I had like a little like I don't know what would be a thing to have on there for like Moses. I don't know. These guys got so many muscle folds. It's okay. My plan is just to get this first layer, and then like get some of the chains, and then like the mask, and then I'll probably add another layer to this, and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. As usual, my plan is I would love to get them in a state where I can put them on their bases, and I don't know if that's gonna be true. I could, but I kind of just like keeping like a Beyblade available to, like, you know, you never know when you'll need to let it rip. I don't even know if that's still the thing. It's also really funny because like, so what happened was, for people who have not been aware of Beyblade for a while, I did minimal Beyblade research, but I did enough to find out. So Beyblade now is called Beyblade X, and it's effectively like a Beyblade soft reboot. But the big thing it's got going on is, in addition to sort of like re-releasing a bunch of stuff and kind of like changing like what parts are available, they added a new gimmick where the outside of the field, like basically the field does like it's like a big heart almost, and the outside of the field has little like little grippy bits. And what happens if you like spin out, you hit the grippy bits will actually like cause you to slingshot around the side and into the middle. So the battles are like significantly like faster paced. It does mean like, you know, you kind of always needed a Beyblade arena, but like if you kind of just like had if you just kind of had like a big if you just had like a big enough stadium somewhere, you could like a big enough box, you could Beyblade. Now you really need this. I hate it on the bottom, me. Oh, so the primer is actually the gray I did previously. What I'm doing now is I'm layering on a sort of like I kind of want the skin to be purpley, so I'm adding this sort of like purple red and then skin tone mixture as a base coat. I'm gonna try to like get lighter and lighter upon it, so that way sort of in like the deepest recesses is where all this is gonna like really kind of like color things up. But I'm very much oh yeah, so to be fair, the mini itself is already gray. I just do a light gray primer for most things. One thing I will do is, if like I do like brown primers. I wouldn't recommend them for most people. I really like brown primers specifically because I do a lot of like grimdark dirty bullshit. Like these bases were originally prime brown, and I did another layer brown. I'm gonna use drab brown actually on them because it saves me some time. It saves me some time, and also means that like if I miss a little bit on a base that's supposed to be kind of drab, it just sort of like does that. It does that easy for me, which is very handy. Is it by Shina Beyblade of a snipe? Oh, I love that shit. Like I once again, I'm just like, I do enjoy a world where like everything revolves around one stupid hobby. It's the best. It's why it's so good. I need to really watch Gundam Build Fighters, but I also feel like before I watch Gundam Build Fighters, I need to watch a billion other Gundam series because, you know, I want to see whenever they use a certain mobile suit from like a certain era. I'm like, oh shit, I know that one. Yippee. But I know, like, I recall in that one where it's like some like adult woman's at a bar and she's so sad and it's like, hey, that gentleman gave you this, and it's just like a full-on Gunpla box, and she looks over and it's this guy like, hey, she's fucking swooning. To be fair though, I think if more people bought women Gunpla, just out of the blue, you know, I think the world would be a better place. Just be like, hey, Gunpla, Gunpla. Yeah, I mean, I know Pokemon's like, yeah, Pokemon fight. Have you guys ever gotten to those things where people are like, if you could live in one fictional world, what would it be? It's Pokemon. It's easily Pokemon. Pokemon lives in the ideal utopian society where like everything is like, you know, they'll have like a fucking like big catastrophic event, but like no one really dies. And like everybody's doing pretty good in life. You can have like, you don't have to have a Pokemon related job. You just could be like, I'm a painter, but also I got this buddy. I got this cool dog buddy that I can hang with. It's the best. It's such a good world to live in. Now I wonder if Pokemon planted that seed because I was a Pokemaniac as a child. I probably still would be if the franchise just didn't go to shit. There we go. I buried a bunch of skulls in the bases. I'm just giving them like a really light dusting of this kind of like tan brown so I can build up later. Oh yeah, same. Kaiba's, I'm gonna be real, I don't think I will ever see $1 million in my lifetime, let alone $1 billion, but he has goals for that. He has goals for that. Wheel of Cheese to Fascinator. You know, it's never too late. It's never too late. There's always women and there's always cheese. Just randomly Bobby. Usually, I mean, it's like one of those things is like, you can't ask him. You can't ask him that. I don't know if you just like start leaving subtle hints by just like leaving Char's counterattack on the screen or something like that. I don't know how you like hint hint nudge nudge Gunpla whatever. Gave Bodega Big Ham, hell yeah, let's go. I mean that's also still good, you know. Ham is also delightful. I'm assuming, like, do you mean like a big ham as in like the hamster VTuber, or a big ham as in like a big old slice of honeyed ham? Either options are good. I'm just trying to identify which one. Yeah, I don't know if the Yu-Gi-Oh world would be good to live in. Like I said, Pokemon's the ideal. Like this is a world where you get like little buddies and everything revolves around them, but like things are still pretty idyllic, stuff like that. Oh hell yeah, there we go. That's still very nice. Some upon a gaggle of Beedrills without Pokemon. Sure, but like the thing is, by the very nature of that is I'm going by the logic of the Pokemon universe and like everything we've ever seen. Would stumbling into the forest with a bunch of Beedrills suck? Yeah, but like if you're doing the Pokemon thing, you go like and you run and they stick you a bunch and you got like a big old puffy mouth, and then you go to the Pokemon Center, you go to the hospital and you're fine, and it's like not even a big deal. Like that is still the fantasy of the Pokemon world at the end of the day, where it's like, yeah, even something like that is like not bad. Like mind you, in our reality, if you get bit by one rattlesnake, you're fucked. But so it's like, baseball cap. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. That is incredibly New York. Hell yeah. Or kind of car in one episode for somebody else. Yeah, they let. I mean, to be fair. If you're styling enough, they let you do whatever, They let you do whatever. Like our animals. I mean, I don't know, maybe. But like, we see over the course of like every piece of Pokemon media, they're like relatively intelligent. Even the ones who are like, haha, this one's stupid. Like, it's still probably smarter than most people's dogs. So like, I don't know. I think objectively in terms of like, this is a fantasy world where I could live in it and not fucking die. Yu-Gi-Oh's not that different. Digimon's not that different either. Yeah, those are like, well, I wouldn't want to live in any of those. Because really, that is just our world where just like one day, like, I don't know, like an Egyptian horrible monster could be. So I guess I haven't really had like an Egyptian thing in a while. Mind you, I'm very intrigued by certain later Yu-Gi-Oh seasons, like the idea of like 5Ds. where it's like gritty cyberpunk Yu-Gi-Oh. Like that sounds buck wild, but that's kind of what it is. It's like a cyberpunk dystopia where like the poor live underground and one local man will Yu-Gi-Oh his way to the top. And it's like, that's neat. Yeah, card games on motorcycles. And like that is very neat. But also it's like sitting through a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh, which is like, sometimes it's good, a lot of times it's not. We'll find out. Oh no, Digimon can be like, I hate like there's kind of like an inherent thing with like millennials as like I'm where it's like, hey, this thing made for children, actually it's more dark and disturbing than thing made for adults. And that does sour me a little bit. So like I it's like on one hand I'm like, yeah, no, Digimon is definitely like would be a grim world to live in, but also I keep thinking like, yeah, man, I just see someone be like, oh, actually, Cocomelon is a serious betrayal of society. There we go. Pictures of different stages of rattlesnake bite. Oh, I could see that. Yeah, no, rattlesnakes will fuck you up. I mean, most snakes are designed to like fuck you up because they don't want you to mess with them. I'm very pro leaving animals in the wild alone. They're animals in the wild. They should be left alone. How you doing, son? How you doing? Welcome. Unironically, yeah, I like the idea of the socio-politics of the fucking like card games on motorcycles setting. But then they're like, oh yeah, I guess they have to summon a junk synchron at one point. All right, this is fine. How you doing, Juve? How you doing? Big stretchy. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Today is my last day of vacation. Oh god, yeah, no, I did play Cyber Sleuth. I do like Cyber Sleuth a lot. See, I'm okay with Link summoning, Synchro summoning, XZ summoning. Pendulum can fuck off. Pendulum is just so convoluted that I think even Konami was like, this is a dumb idea, and just kind of like stopped. Like they don't release like every now and then like I'm very weird and that I don't like Yu-Gi-Oh as a game, but every now and then I'll just find myself fascinated with it and I'll just look into it a bunch. Yeah, I'm a washing machine. I mean, that's been pretty common forever, where it's like cute puppy, and then either like dragon, humanoid dragon, or like woman with big bonks. It do be like that. Card game more influential. Yeah, I mean, depends. Like the thing is, like there's for a lot of people, Yu-Gi-Oh is just the original series with like Yu-Gi-Moto and whatnot, but that's like, there's been enough of them now that there's like several different Yu-Gi-Oh universes. I know there's like, I think it's like Arc 5 where there's like even like straight up like dimension hopping, because it's supposed to be like pendulums, but also there's like a kind of like a greatest hits of the series or whatever, something like that. Yeah. I mean, a lot of things are like that. I do think there's an inherent thing in like certain parts of the world, like U.S. is one of them, where it's like, oh, this is made for children. It has to be stupid. No, it doesn't have to be. You don't have to do that. Like I grew up with Animorphs, and like when K. Applegate wasn't giving the series over to a ghostwriter to make like, oh no, we turned into zebras today. It was like pretty grim war stuff. But also, it is Animorphs at the end of the day. You do turn into Spider, and you're like, I crave a bug. Animorphs is fun. There's a shop. That's a big thing. Yeah, it's the thing is like Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been really tricky for shops over the course of my life to carry. Like it's not like getting a hold of Yu-Gi-Oh is hard. You can contact, you can order Yu-Gi-Oh to sell in your shop pretty easy. In my experience is that like there's something about Yu-Gi-Oh that turns certain people into just like raving lunatics. Where it's like I've seen places that just like oh yeah, no, we can't carry Yu-Gi-Oh anymore because there was a fight, or like I just remember like two big things where it was like, one of them, there was like a small mom and pop game store in the town I grew up in that decided to start carrying Yu-Gi-Oh! And people were like throwing bricks through their windows. Like, I don't even think they were getting robbed. I think they were just getting vandalized because like someone got pissed after a match. And another one was there was a there was a like intellectually disabled man, and this is the sad. I mention this a lot because it's still just like fucks my shit up. Where it was like, and like a lot of this is like, so you guys kind of know the idea. You guys have been around for long enough and like know you. I'm assuming you all know in TCGs rares aren't equal. Like two things can have the same rarity, but one is the significantly more rare and important card than the other. And there was this like kind of like intellectually disabled man who was like, yeah, this teen traded me my like 2 or 3 rares for like 10 rares. And I had to see the lady who ran the store in like the saddest way possible explain to this man that he got ripped off. I was like, yeah, this. I tell it a lot because it's just like, I don't see that shit with other card games. I don't see that with Magic. I don't see that with the One Piece game. Pokemon is a whole different beast. Pokemon's a whole different beast. But like, in my experiences, because for the most part, like, I know people play Pokemon. I know it's a game that's like apparently pretty cheap to get into, but like, Pokemon is more of like a thing that collectors do, and that by the fact that like collectors will open a billion packs, it actually becomes a cheap game to play competitively. Because if you don't give a shit about like the super spicy foil Giga Max treatment, whatever, like you can buy staples for like $2 each. It doesn't matter. The new meta is a burn deck. That sounds like fun though. I enjoy burn a little bit in various games. I'm definitely more of like a control player though. I like a slow grindy win where I see the spirit leave my opponent's eyes. That's my favorite. I know that makes me a bastard, but I don't care. I will be a courteous, nice, respectable person, but that is how I like to win my card games. And you know, these card games enable me, so that's fine. I wonder if I should worry. Like, I've been working on these skulls for a while, and like, you know, it's not the mini itself, but like I do also want to get these skulls done, so yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah. Oh yeah, I fully believe that Pokemon card players are like pretty reasonable because they just, you know, they just want to play a card game. But yeah, no, but also you have to deal with the fact, like, people who want to buy like Pokemon cards for their kids, I totally get it. I totally get it. If little Timmy wants to see Charmander and there's a Charmander in his pack and Timmy asks for it, I can understand wanting to get little Timmy a pack. But then you got some guy who's like named like big swag Pokemon 420 that will just go to a store and buy every pack and then go home and open them on YouTube and then recuperate the money. But also because of that, no one can ever get packs. Like that shit drives me fucking nuts. And Magic is pretty bad at that these days too. Packs just don't stay in stores. You used to be able to like buy a pack for a set like months after the set was released. Now they're fucking gone within like 2 weeks. It sucks. Yeah. It's the worst. And like I listen, like I understand if like there's like a lot of people will just buy like a box and open it on stream. That's fine. That's okay. You know, I will cut them some slack, but there's people who do that as like their entire thing. Where it's like they'll just buy like 1,000,000 packs and they'll even do like little like gambling things for people to bet on like what they get in the pack. And you can only get into that gambling ring if you subscribe to their Patreon or whatever. Oh yeah, no, yeah, definitely. If somebody strangles a supply like that, like the shop will get their money. But then if nobody can like get any cards, you know, the game dies. It's just how it is. Conflict cost. So it's because like it's unfortunately, like, the average person's brain, and I'm not going to act like I'm immune to this or different because, you know, I do play Magic. It's really, like the thing is, like, we've had, like, as a society, people whose entire jobs is to figure out how to, like, min-max, like, engagement and, like, cost ratios and shit. Like, is there somebody, like, there's plenty of people at, like, Hasbro whose job is, like, oh, I need to make this a good game. But there's also people that are, like, how can we maximize the most money we can get from this set? Like, what's the minimal amount of reprints we need so people won't give a shit and stuff like that? And unfortunately, like, TCGs are kind of perfect in that regard, where it's like you can, like, through like mechanics or through like treatments, make paper cost more. Like, it's just kind of interesting how that works. Oh yeah, it's absolutely like where do you think like gotcha people had to get it from somewhere? I should have used a sticker brush a while ago, but I was a fool. That's fine. And we'll get one last skull, and I'll go back to the main bodies. Yippee! But yeah, it's unfortunate that like we've reached a point that like basically the psychological knowledge of how brains work and how to maximize like entertainment and value and whatnot is like pretty established. Like it's pretty easy to do that if you know what you're doing. I'm not gonna say like I know what I'm doing. I don't, but like, you know, there are people that sit in the heads of big corps and are like, yeah, we know the exact ratio of like how much bullshit we can show, how expensive we want to make these cards, stuff like that. How good a card will be before like, you know, if there's too many good cards in a set, it basically stops other cards from similar sets from selling. And that's not like they're perfect. Like, the fucking Spider-Man set from Magic basically was like a dud. And that was one that definitely they did not mean to make a big set, but there was an Assassin's Creed set that didn't do very well. And they learned a lesson from that, but they just learned that lesson too quick. Oh yeah, the thing is, I think the idea of like the grand conspiracy of like their like Pokemon card game is used to infantilize the society. Like that's too big brain of a thing when the real thing is like it's more like people have figured out how to min-max getting profits from card games. That's really it. It's like a lot of conspiracy theory stuff implies like a level of like cohesion and foresight that just doesn't exist. Like, I think it's like, have you guys ever heard the idea? It's like, it's weirdly comforting to think that the government is like an all-knowing kind of like all overseeing thing. Like, does the government have like a lot of connections to things and can do some heinous shit? Yeah. But like, there's a certain level of forethought, like where you're just like, oh, they know everything that's going on. That's like weirdly comforting because it like means that like the fuck ups of an individual person or just like pure chance is something that can't exist. Like, even if it's bad, the idea that, like, somebody is pulling the strings kind of, like, helps some people in a weird way. It helps cope with the inherent, like, kind of, like, randomness of real life. It's like, so for the idea that, like, there's a premeditated plan to use Pokemon to affect societal change in X way is definitely giving them way too much credit. But the idea that there are people whose entire jobs is just to min-max how shiny they can make a Vaporeon while keeping the price cheap and making sure that when they print a Vaporeon that's really shiny 2 years from now, that the new one is like different or shinier in a way that people like won't be like, oh no, I bought my shiny Vaporeon 2 years ago. I don't need a new shiny Vaporeon. I'm good. I'm all Vaporeon out. Like, you know, I absolutely believe that there are like people who min-max their ratios on how shiny a Vaporeon should be. I believe that, yeah. I have not seen. Isn't it? You mean like the one with Ice Cube? I didn't watch that one because that one activates my like. I don't know if whoever set out to make that movie meant to make a purposely bad movie, but like by all metrics, it flags my Sharknado reflex. My Sharknado reflex is like, I don't like, you know, I like bad movies. And every now and then somebody will be like, hey, Hal, Sharknado? And I'm like, no. Because nobody who worked on Sharknado believed in Sharknado. I absolutely do not believe that somebody purposely put out that War of the Worlds movie and assumed that they were making a good movie. I can't believe that. I cannot believe that. Oh, also we got an ad break too. Give me a little time to get like into the. Oh god, the angles. Oh god, the angles. Just gotta get back there. I'm sure I'm gonna like touch these guys up. I'm gonna find like one little bit of red somewhere that's just gonna be like make me big sad. This is what I was thinking. Like the big red on here is definitely gonna like make them feel very, very cool and stuff like that. All right, there we go. We're back. We're up, and of course, camera froze too. Yippee. Stupid fucking. Computer feels pretty like not hot. I'm fixing it, nerds. I was just checking. There we go. Okay, I think camera's back. I'm gonna like turn down the heat a little bit more. I am also sweating. Probably do for a de-dusting. Definitely haven't de-dusted that now, especially now that like PC parts are more expensive than ever. I need to make sure that like my thing's all clean. All right, we're back. Yippee! Yay! 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 There we go. There we go. There we go. How you doing, Muckgrin? How you doing? How you doing? I'm my little fucking like camera connector is overheating a bit today. Not debilitatingly so, but a bit more than usual. I did turn my heater down a bit. I think maybe that'll be good. It's beginning to like creep up temperature wise where I'm at. So like I also just think unfortunately when I turn on the big heat lamp, it makes everything hot. That's what I'm doing them in this particular order, so that way it's like I can fix stuff. I cringe in real time. Listen, if my camera was gonna die of cringe, it would have done that years ago. The fact that like it's watching a VTuber paint minis with big nips, like it'd be like that. Why is this mini so jacked? It's because it's got a demon in him. He's got that dog in him. By dog I mean demon, as one does. It's so good. Yeah. Oh yeah. I like the thing is like there is an inherent joy of watching something bad, but I think for like I was kind of like this too. Like The Room is fun. Like I'll say The Room is fun, but for a lot of people, their knowledge of like bad movies starts and stops at The Room. And like there's so many beautiful ways a movie can fuck up. And I understand that the Room, like, you know, is a magical. I'm also a little bothered by the fact that Tommy was out leaned in. I don't want. How you doing, Turtle Sages? How you doing? I don't want him to lean in. I want him to go Neil Breen, where he thinks he's still making art and just fucks up. It's my favorite genre of movie is somebody trying to make a movie and they fucked up. They wanted to make a movie real bad and they just did it real bad, and I love that. I love that to pieces. But like if you go to like wink wink nudge nudge with it, it just becomes garbage. You're just purposely sitting me down to watch a bad movie you made. Like I don't want that. Oh yeah. Oh exactly. Yeah. The all-seeing octopus makes everybody feel comfortable because like, you know, because it does imply there's a plan, even if it's an evil, horrible, malicious plan. For sure. I mean, I think these guys just got. I'm pretty sure these guys got colors just specifically because a lot of times like bondage aesthetics just kind of end up in like weird Euro derived stuff anyway. That's just kind of like a fun gimmick. It's not like you can see that shit in like a Silent Hill. Not that Silent Hill's like a Euro game, but like you kind of know what I mean. Where it's like that's like a neat aesthetic to work with. You get some interesting designs out of it. I will say that like as much as I was like not jazzed with assembling these guys, painting them has been pretty fun. They're not crazy high on the detail. I think it's just kind of the inherent like strength of a mini with like a more of a cartoonish bent, where it's like yeah, a lot of the details are specifically made to be big and exaggerated without like a lot of little bits that would just clog shit up. There we go. How you doing? Did I say hi, Lunar Wind? How you doing? I'm working on the big lad, which everybody. I still find it funny that I was just like, yeah, man, these guys got like crazy huge nipples, and everyone's like, I think it was like some degree of like, man, these guys are like weirdly muscular and got big nips. I shouldn't be buying dumb shit though, so I'll leave them alone. And everyone's just like, here's $25, how I'll buy them. I'm like, okay. And I will run them though. Here's the thing. I very much am going to run them as Corn Berserkers because I continue to play 4th edition and I really like it. But like the Chaos Codex for 3.5, I think I said 4th edition, 3rd edition, is amazing. It's amazing. It's so good. There's so many things you could do with it. So I can legitimately like trick these guys out. It'll be great. It was a good bit. I enjoyed the bit. I mean, mind you, I ended up with a mini because of the bit, but you know, it was fun. It was fun. I like this. I greatly enjoyed it, and I'm very thankful, and that's why I am painting them. Yippee! Just hoping I can get them on bases before tonight. We'll see how that goes. I also might need to do these little masks a second time. Even at this base state, I do like how striking that red mask is. I'm also going to brighten it up a bit too. For the bit because you got some bits out of it. Yeah, exactly. What are you, the leader? If you got an ass, I'll kick it. No, fuck, I get wrong line. I'll rock and roll all day long, sweet Susie. Oh god, I forget the exact sequence where that comes after, but I still love Kung Pao. I'm still due for making, a lot of you nerds have not seen Kung Pao, and I need to rectify that. I need to rectify that soon. I was originally supposed to do a big movie marathon for like a bunch of catch-ups for people who have like missed some of the movie night movies. That didn't happen, so I'll have to plan that for maybe sometime in February or something. I don't know. I basically have like no plans for this year yet, and that's mostly just because for me this year doesn't start until after MagFest. Once MagFest is done, I can start to think of this year as like a coherent year, and not like a weird nebulous far off thing where it's like, I can kind of see that, yeah. Like if you remove the chains, you could probably like actually. This, like, if you took the chains off of this guy and just made it look like he was doing, like, a big overhand double-handed slap for, like, for Rumble Slam, that'd actually be awesome. Like, a little bit on there. Like, I get, yeah, I'm big excited for MagFest. I like MagFest a lot. It is very much, for me, mostly, where a bunch of internet people become real, but, it's like, I don't think I ever really get around to doing any of the events. So this year, Proto Men are debuting Act 3, which is kind of cool. I am a very casual Proto Man enjoyer. I am a very casual Proto Man enjoyer, but I'm very excited about this. When I say casual, it's like, I think I've basically liked every Proto Man song that I've heard. Father of Death being my favorite isn't like a deep cut or anything, but like, you know, I like it. There we go. Yeah, I think being a Proto Man fan does put you into a very certain age demographic, though. I will say that. It's for people who don't know, Proto Men are a Mega Man prog rock band, which is like because like I remember that's kind of like they're not really nerdcore, but they were sort of hitting around. At least according to my fucked up memory, they were certainly hitting like the scene around that era where that was more of a common thing. Where, like, the novelty of a bunch of dorks getting together to, like, playing music that's based on video games is kind of crazy. Mind you, I actually do think Proto Men sound good. Like, I think they are, like, a decent band. There's a lot of, like, nerdcore people that I remember listening to, and then, like, in hindsight, I'm like, oh, God, why'd I do that? Oh, no, that's not good. This is not quality music. Wedding. I'm adding this like dark purple red. I'm gonna do a darker red on the base. Make these kind of red. I think these are normally black, but I kind of want them to be more red. Like I said, because I'm gonna be using them as Corn Berserkers, so anyway, I can sneak a little bit more red. And there would be good. Yeah, it is me. I am that old fish. .gif. Yeah, oh god, MC Chris. I think I'm okay. Like. I think I'm okay with MC Chris. Like I've listened to a couple of his songs. He's all right. He's am I crazy or am I misremembering? Was MC Chris also MCP Pants on Aqua Teen, where he was like the spider? He was like a spider that would rap. I vaguely recall that. Maybe I'm getting the exact person wrong, but I vaguely recall that one of those nerdcore people was on Aqua Teen as a spider. Which sounds deranged, but it do be like that sometimes. Let's go. Yay, there we go. This is what I hate, where it's like, so like I said, I went to a party, like a nerd party, but a party nonetheless. And I struggled to remember the names of people that I met. Meanwhile, I can remember that MC Chris was a gigantic pissing spider in Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Like, I wish I could adjust the knobs in my brain that it's like, this is a thing that I would like to remember. This is a thing that, like, remember as long as you can, but, like, if you have to, like, forget that to make space for other things, you can do that. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I can agree with that, Lana, but I think unfortunately that's just the way people like things. They like the humanoid monsters, and that's why humanoid monsters tend to win a lot. Can you ask me a weird question? Potentially, yeah. It's always one of those things when someone's like, "Can I ask you a weird question?" I don't know where this is going to go, so I guess we're gonna find out. Oh God, I haven't watched C-Lab in a while. C-Lab's one of those shows that I remember I watched. I just don't think I ever watched enough to really get it, but I would like to go back. I would like to go back and do that one of these days. It's like perpetually on the back of my mind is both watching all. Really, the big thing I want to do one of these days is watch all of not Adventure Time, fuck Adventure Time, I don't care. Venture Brothers. There we go. Like I'm technically neutral to Adventure Time. It's just I was more upset that I was trying to think of one thing and then Adventure Time popped in my head instead. This paint is kind of chunky. I'm gonna just try to smooth it down a little bit with some medium, and hopefully it's not too runny after this. We'll find out, I guess. Hippie. Like the scarecrow from Magic. That painter servant. Hold on. I like he's only had one art, right? No, okay, he's had the Kaladesh one too, but I don't think that's. I'm genuinely confused. Okay, so this is Painter Servant, which is a really fun. Is Painter Servant still like a ludicrous amount of money these days? $67. Fuck, goddamn. You know what? This would be a good time to reprint that motherfucker. I'm gonna be honest. I just see a funky little scarecrow. I'm not seeing it. I'm just seeing a funky little scarecrow. Mind you, I don't have like Twinktar or anything, so I don't know what people look for in that. But I don't see that and feel anything other than that's a scarecrow. You are on your own on that. I mean, at the end of the day, live your life. Live your life. I'm just I cannot vouch. I cannot vouch. See, all scarecrows are stuffed. That's the point. They're scarecrows. They're filled with stuffing or like hay or whatever. I know you're doing linguistic trickery or whatever, but I'm still not feeling it. I'm still not feeling it. Pokemon didn't have sex appeal. I don't know. I've seen pictures of the internet. Not for me. For me, it's mostly sad that like I think the Pokemon Hypno is cool. It's just like a neat Pokemon. But I've seen what the internet has done to Hypno. Fuber, I didn't know that. The idea like you're like, yeah, it's me, Scarecrow fucker. This is news to me. I will if you say so. Oh, truckers are dentists for the high. What does that mean? What does that mean? This is news. I am learning things that I don't think are knowledge, but I am learning them. So this is definitely like way too thin, but that's fine. I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. What's that to do with dentists though? I don't know. This is where like I understand a lot of you are like ooh anime boy, and that's fine. But this is where because I'm not ooh anime boy, where you just have me fucking lost. I am gazing into the abyss, and the abyss is gazing back, and apparently it's just filled with truckers. It's just all truckers all the way down. Way too thin. This is unfortunate. I could like drain a little bit of this. It's like for some reason the actual like color I'm using was like weirdly thick. So like whenever I try to use a little bit of medium to thin it, it works. But sometimes like even just a little bit almost sort of turns it like very wash-like. It's not too bad, but it coats fine. It just means I gotta go back later and like reapply a couple bits. Oh, okay. So this isn't like common knowledge. This is just like somebody wild. Oh, okay, that comforts me a lot more. Like I'm okay. I can agree Pillapala is baby, but that's just because it's like a round like little scrimblow creature. That tracks. lot of, I would say save your time, because I'm pretty sure that there's no way someone else doesn't have that info for you. I have not played, the problem with me playing the Rule 30 Portal is that, like, I haven't been an active anime watcher for a while, which already puts me at a disadvantage. But I think the big disadvantage is I just don't play gacha games. Like, I do not actively play a single, like, you know, there's more than just MiHoYo, but just like MiHoYo games, like Nikkei, Brown Dust. There's probably like 2 or 3 others. By the fact that I have not played any of those means if I ever did a 30 Portal or whatever, I just wouldn't know half the characters, you know? I just fucking wouldn't know. So yeah, I don't know. My only experience with that was like, I've watched one Doki Bird in midstream, and that was that one. They had good energy. I enjoyed seeing them together for that. I enjoyed seeing them together for that. That was a fun stream. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I also collect much of my life is spent acquiring, like, have you guys ever heard the idea of knowledge that makes you dumber? Like, I do feel like that's a lot of trivia I have. And like, I'm not unique with that. Like, there's other people that are just filled with like knowledge that, like, the more you think about, the dumber you get. And it seems like it's a very similar sort of setup for that. Yeah. The back butt. He's built like a Baki character, which I can appreciate. Let's see, there we go. I see what you're throwing down, Fuber. Please don't name every single scarecrow in Magic. There's got to be at least like 62 of them. That feels like a lot. That feels like a lot. So I get where you're going down. I get where you're going down. I can say about that. Like, there is a type of streamer that does what's it called? I know, like I don't know what's a good way to call it, but like streamers that do like dailies. Does that make any sense? Where it's like a lot of Yap streamers were like, all right, we're gonna start the stream. We're gonna do like the Wordle and the Scrandle and maybe Rule 30 Portal. Like, it's not something that I think I would ever do, but I kind of find it fascinating that is like a genre, more or less. That's the whole thing. I know Crash Overdrive because very likely this is made by the French. I think so. But how you doing? How you doing? Actually gets pretty low unless it's the... Oh, I can see that. I can see that. I think it's also tricky. I also think, because, like, so from what I understand, the Rule 30 Portal uses Rule 34 as a website, which, like, I think that those typically do cater to Western audiences. Like, you're, like, you know, if you're going to go, like, on the fucking, like Don Boru or, like, Pixiv or whatever, you're probably going to get way different numbers. You're probably going to get way different numbers as opposed to, like a Western series on there or whatever. For sure. Which I could see. I guess in hindsight, yeah, I guess gacha characters probably have a little bit of a debuff. Because unless Westerners are drawing stuff and uploading it there, they're not gonna get as much traction. Yeah, they got good chemistry. They got good chemistry stuff. There's this Q main on the left, B Q main on the right. Yeah. So I imagine at some point you just gotta like go for it. Like I feel like I could pull that up and just be like I don't know how big my streak would get. there's a little dark corner of my brain that makes me want to try it. I've actually never done a dull. What do you call those games? Like, collectively, what do you call those games? Like Wordle likes, like Wordle Souls. I don't know what is, because it's definitely a genre. They're definitely based off of similar mechanics with different themes. Like, but what's that genre called? What is it? I have to know. I think there's something about the phrase Wordle like that makes my brain happy and like this is incredibly stupid sort of thing. Guesser types. I feel like millennial crossword is very accurate. I fully into that. There we go. No, I don't think you're wrong. I think classifying them as millennial. I assume some Zoomers do them as well, but like you know how there's like Zoomers that are like basically in their 30s and there's Zoomers that are like 21, something like that. Yeah, there's like Zoomers as a demographic are so different that like I've even heard people call, I say like zillennials and stuff for that difference. See, I guess GeoGuessr is kind of that, but like I feel like maybe, I don't know. Guesser game? Sure, that sounds right. Go. There we go. You know what, fuck it, I might, let's see. It's gonna take a bit for these to dry. I might just say fuck it and give 34 a go. I'm actually genuinely curious how far I'll get. I'm like genuinely curious. And I know that because I decided to kind of like thin these down with a bit of medium, which is helping for the flow and everything, but it's made them incredibly thin. Incredibly. Oh, that's the Scrandle, or is that like is Foodle a different one? I don't know. I feel like there's always like more of those than I'm aware of their existence. It always feels like there's a ton. Oh. Look at the lead. All right, let me get your knee pads, and then let me get the other guy, and then I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go. I think you can do that. That's like the Rule 34 is safe for work, right? Like if I play that, I'm not gonna see like big bonks on screen and get exploded, right? I have to imagine that those are just showing just like generic pictures of the character, and I'll probably be aight. Yeah, I mean they all kind of go down to the same thing. It's like you choose between a couple things, and then do you get it? Yippee! Do you not get it? Oh, you lose. Okay, something like that. Yeah, I will as a treat, I'll fuck around and find out, I guess. Yippee. I am enjoying how these guys are coming out. Once again, I think like once I get the medals and the pants, those are really gonna make this bad boy pop, and I'm excited for that. Because I don't know when, like whenever my group plays 40K 3rd edition, it's always like months in between. Which is like not bad. It's just funny. Just it's like Trench Crusade Turnip, Trench Crusade Turnip, Trench Crusade Turnip. Oh, Warhammer, Trench Crusade Turnip. It was also funny. So like I originally said that I was going to be doing I'm going to be doing a campaign this upcoming year because my local scene's having one. At the time I was like, I'm one of those people that like I like to. So this is just Vallejo Evil Red, but I added some matte medium to it, which I think over-thinned it, which is giving it like very, very light contrast properties, which is not exactly what I want. I will be layering over this again. Because I think my end result is I'm going to be doing this, but I'm going to like probably do some like metal chipping around the edges. But this does mean I can get like a base coat on pretty quickly. So it's like, you know, it's like speed. The thing about like speed paints and contrast paints is you can actually like DIY them pretty easy. They're not that hard. They're just different ratios of medium to a thing. Let me get this going. Let me get this going. I'm curious. I didn't think I would be doing this ever, but sure, why not? All right. Okay. Oh god, the I like how immediately I looked at this, and like the very first results are already like pretty easy. Let's see. I don't think I have anything on here that would be bad. There we go, and then just make sure to crop some shit. Okay, there we go. Fuck it. All right, we're doing a dumb thing because I'm curious. Okay, luckily this opened off with like the biggest like softball ever. Like, whoa, there we go. Something happened there. God damn, don't know what happened there. Okay. All right. All right. Let's try. I guess it's just gonna be cut off at the bottom. Oh, that's how you. All right. Okay, yeah, it's gotta be Flareon. Oh, okay. Well, that was easy. Okay. Huh. I thought that was like... Oh, she's a Naruto character. Okay. All right. That was it, baby. Let's go. Oh, all right. I thought I would go until I lost, and it turns out that that was instantaneous. Also, I think my camera froze. One and done, baby. Let's see. I'll fuck it. I'll do one more. I'll do one more. You guys are sad. I'll give it another go. I'll give it one more go. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. I was not expecting to be thrown into the fucking. It has to be a Stolfo. It has to be, right? Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, that tracks. All right. Yeah, no, still a Stolfo. Who the fuck is that? I have no idea who that is. Yeah, okay, no, there we go. Harley Quinn, easy. Easy. Easy moto. Easy moto. Easy moto. All right, there we go. We got. Okay, now that I got over the initial hump, I'm getting thrown some easier ones. Also, Crash, thank you for the bits. Fuck. Oh, the no shit. It got covered. Hold on. Where's my alerts at? Where's my alerts, Choto? Ah. Oh no, my alerts and stuff are buried. Ah, sorry. They are deep in the layering. There we go. Let's pull that to the top. Go, man. Oh yeah, no, easily Aqua. I'm trying to bring the alerts bar back up. The problem is with my method of just putting like infinite layers on top of stuff is sometimes things get buried. All right, there we go. Yeah, no. Aqua easy. All right, there we go. Grand Theft Auto. Sonic. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, that's not surprising. That's not surprising. Still Amy. Oh, okay, okay, that one had a pretty good run. Bridget Overwatch. I think it's still a rabbit. I think it's still low punny. Yeah, easy. Okay, there we go. Should have stuck to anime. It has to be. Kingdom Hearts has to have more. It has to. Yeah, okay, there we go. I'm actually kind of surprised. This is stuff I generally know. Oh god. Wuthering Waves I know is a gotcha, but I think Kingdom Hearts still clears it. Nope, never mind. Okay. That was a reasonable run. That was a reasonable run. There we go. All right, I gave it a go. I will not be doing that on stream, at least not for a long time. I was curious to see how well I'd do. I definitely got like bodied by gotchas I don't recall. Oh fuck, my camera's still frozen. It's getting still hot again. What the hell? All right, camera's back. I'm also going to. Yeah, category stuff is kind of weird too. Let me door open. If I'm a little cold, that should stop my camera from freezing, so that'll be fine. All right, there we go. There we go. So now these guys are still. How you doing, lads? How you doing? Do another layer on those. I think those still effectively. Oh yeah, I'll do another quick little thing on there with the skulls again because I could always use another layer on that. Ooh, that's definitely. I can definitely feel the chill coming from the rest of my house. Luckily, I'll just let all the nice warm air out, and then I'll just shut the door. That'll be fine. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, sometimes I also don't know Wuthering Waves as a gotcha. Like, I know there's like a million billion gotchas out there, so I don't know which ones are actually used. Is that when people play? Like, is Wuthering Waves like an actually popular gotcha, or is it just like, I don't know, one that just happened to have a lot of lewds? Because the name sounds familiar. Like, if I had to guess, I feel like Minky played it for like a week. He's really my knowledge of just shitty gotchas. I usually find out that Minky's playing it. I'm like, okay. Running my plays. Is it any good? Like what is it? Like genuinely. Like, I feel like for most of them I can kind of like get the idea where it's like Love and D Space is there to track your period and like, I don't know, have like a spicy realistic anime boy. You got Fate if you take your vitamins and also like remember healthy bone growth is good. You know, it's kind of buck wild generally that Fate Go is like 10 years old. straight up. It is like I mean, it's outlived a bunch of other gotchas, but I wonder what the plan is. Are they going to do like Fate Go 2? Because I have to imagine that like the engine, like, because that was always the thing too, that like I did play Fate Go on release, because I know that it's a bad way to experience Fate the franchise. Fate Stay Night has been on my backlog for like a thing to do for like a million years. I've been meaning to read Fate so much. I just have not. But I was like, at the time, I was like, this would give me like a point to latch onto. And Fate Go is one of the least fun games that I've stuck with for far too long. It's like every event in that game is a fucking slog. Because it's like you basically, like, once you got, at least in my experience, maybe high level or maybe like later content changed that. It was mostly like you build your team has all the synergies that it's ever going to have, and then you just do that forever. Like, maybe there would be like, I don't know if they ever introduce like bosses with effects you need, like a specific cleanse or like a certain status buff or debuff or whatever. But like I would just be fucking using Seba, just doing like the big forget, I think it's just like, I forget what her noble phantasm is. I think it is just Excalibur. Where it would just blast through. You would just blast all the enemies, and like it would just be good. I had like one guy who was good at single target clear, and the rest were just group clear. And I would just mush those forever until game done. And the whole time I was like, this is bad, but the story's kind of fun, so I'll stick it out. And I think it was like London or something. There was a London section in Fate Go where the story got stupid. It was just bad, and I was like, oh, anything that kept me into this game is long gone, so I checked the fuck out. And then I do what I do to all gotchas, where I just occasionally pop in, roll a character that everyone wants, and never play with it, as one does. I have not played Reverse, no. I bring it up every now and then because I legitimately believe that the Tooth Fairy from that game is one of my favorite just designs I've ever seen for an anime character. But I will not play it. I don't know if it's good. It could be great, but I just don't do gacha. I just can't do gacha. My brain, when I was younger, gacha got me real good, like dire financial straits good. I mentioned that like it's still such an objectively embarrassing portion of my life that I was like genuinely unhealthily addicted to a gacha. And people would be like, oh, I get it. And they're like, no, you don't understand. My unhealthy gacha addiction was Puzzles and Dragons. That was my gacha addiction. It's not a glamorous one. Like, you hear stories of people that are like, I love this character so much. I like there's a rumor joke about some guy borrowing money from the Yakuza to roll Scafa? I don't know how to actually pronounce her name, from Fate. And like, he just never got her. And like there's a weird, like, I say romance, like it's not like love romance, but the kind of like, I don't know, like a neat idea of are you, like, how far would you go for your fictional Blorbo, I guess. And the idea of getting your organs harvested has a certain like feeling to it. But like, no, mine was Puzzles and Dragons because I was trying to like keep up with the meta. And that sucks because it's a terrible story. But you can actually beat it? Interesting. So if you can beat it, how does the gacha work then? Is it just for like events? I don't know. I'm still not looking to get into it. But the idea that you're like, I can beat a gacha game is very, very interesting, because like most of them are just kind of like infinite treadmills. You just kind of go indefinitely, and like story will happen, and you know, it's fine. It's fine out of 10. That was like that with like, I started to play, like, I just didn't have a game like a while ago. I played a little bit of Blue Archive when I was just visiting some family, just because like I needed a game, and it was like, well, this is fine, but like I'm really like the realization set in like, oh, I'm just gonna be doing this loop forever now. This loop isn't like, it was fun enough. Oh, you have a dog in it. Oh, gotcha. Oh, you have achieved dog. and for that you have cleared the game in your heart. No, that's fair. That's the way to do it. Find a character. That's the pro tip. If you like a character from a gacha, you can just like draw art and whatever. I guess I can't really say that though, because I'm, as somebody who experiences like, not FOMO, like imposter syndrome for like being a secondary. The idea of me saying that is like, I don't know how much I believe that myself, where it's like, on theory, if for other people that's good advice, but I couldn't follow my own advice on that for sure. I would just be like, this character is cool, but I will just not engage because I don't want to be like, even if I think gacha bad and will not play gacha, I will not like consume like YouTube videos on gacha character I like. I'm just not gonna do it. I just won't do it. So these skulls will turn out nice. I'm gonna eventually do like a dry brush of like the more skull color. I'm very happy with those. All right, back to the lads. What are we doing? What are we doing on the lads? Their legs are covered in mold lines, and I tried to remove as much as I could. Didn't super work out. I also want to see. So I'm gonna. So this is what they look on their box. So they got like normally those plates are black, but I don't care. I'm gonna do gray on the pants, and then gray on the leggings and the fists. Would that's what I was talking about. Like some people were just like goofing on that, but like no, a lot of people like this like over exaggerated bar body type. Not really my thing, but like honestly, you do you. Hell yeah. I'm trying to get a good look of what the legs are supposed to look like. That's the problem. I guess it really doesn't matter. I can kind of just do them freestyle. But yeah, this is the art of the lads. I guess I'll just keep them on top for funs. RT Impulse going. Hey, let's go. Hell yeah. I need to wiggle this because I'm like, I feel like tonight especially the camera's been wonky. Yeah, let's get the gray pants or dark gray pants. Anyway, let's use some of that. Thank you for the Halbuds. How you doing, Big Baka Ham? How you doing? I be painting the large lads, and the large lads are turning out pretty good. I'm like very early on getting them put together, so there's like a lot of little bits I need to do. But it's turning out pretty legit. That is a unfortunate ankle. Ouch. There we go. There you go. That I know that's why you nerds all come to my stream. It's you want that quality gooch content. Don't worry, I got you. I got you covered on that quality gooch content. I mean, these guys just got like inherently goofy angles in general. Oh man, that's I hope everything works out with your internet, Nintendo, at some point. Oh, what game? What game you looking at? Yeah, mind you, I call everything the lads. I like legitimately like most things in life. I'm just like lad. I'm like hell yeah, let's go. He's being held. I mean, he's not being held down. I'm holding his legs. Oh yeah, I've like Metaphor is one of those games that I was like, boy, I can't wait for this game to come out. But then I became a VTuber, and then it's like, I got no time for games. And then it came out. So I was like, huh, okay. I see how it is. It was like that, like Shin Megami Tensei 5. I feel like a couple of other ones. There's like a general list of like games that were like never evers that I was like, eventually, like, I would like to play this, but they're never gonna come out. And then I became a VTuber with no time, and then the monkey paw curls. Is it really your first Atlas game? Holy shit, nice. I'm kind of surprised, but I feel like most people have played a Persona, but like, hell yeah, let's go. I've only played the main 5. I would love to give 2 a go, because I actually feel like 2 is the kind of game that I would really enjoy conceptually. That's it, virtually nonstop. I mean, you could start printing terrain for other people. That's a big brain move. Oh no, I mean, wait, what do you mean never had a handheld? A lot of Atlas games are console games. I guess I do a decent amount of handhelds. I don't think I've really played a huge amount of them. I know there's like a couple of Atlas GBA games. Well, yeah, at least for me in my brain, Atlas is a is more of a console company. A bit more. a little bit on there. We're trying to, like, once again, continue to work on that technique of just getting little bits of paint from the palette and just kind of like going back for refills instead of like getting a lot of paint deep into my ferrules and stuff and gunk up my paintbrushes, which is what I've been doing. It's kind of just crazy how much it was just like, oh yeah, just like watch one Vincey V video. I'm like, oh, I have developed a bad habit. Okay. I have developed a bad habit. That works into a dwarf. I've been warned. No, I don't want to turn into a dwarf. If I, nothing wrong with dwarves. It's just if I wanted to be a dwarf, I'd be a dwarf. Oh yeah, yeah. There's the Persona Q games. Did they do the? No, I don't think they did the Yggdrasil like Union games. I could be. There's probably a couple of other Atlas. I vaguely recall that there's like an Astro Boy game that I think they published. That was a treasure game. I think Atlas just happened to publish at the time because I feel like Atlas would publish a lot of games like that. There we go. Bit on the pants. That's okay. I'll give this a couple layers. I also, I am going to be enamel. Like, so inherently these have always been kind of painted. I've only really seen these painted box art style, which is very like clean and like, crisp and whatnot. And like, that's a cool painting style, but I definitely want to like, do my usual like grittening. I want to do my usual grittening on these, which is going to be very interesting to see what that looks like when applied to a cartoon style. I don't know if it's going to look good, but I'm going to try it. We'll give it a go. We'll give it a go. A bit more on there. See, it's truthful. Yes, the power. I mean, I still like that. Like every time I showed my monitor setup, people were like, why do you have a full-on panopticon? And the answer is I need four monitors or I explode. I would love to have another monitor too, but I think I'm at that point where I just don't really have the option for multiple monitors unless I'm like hooking two PCs together, which would be kind of cool, but like that's not economically feasible. Okay, so he's got like, do they have bare feet? Like, he's got like a shoe thing. Maybe what I'll do is just kind of like paint the feet gray. I do have a spinny chair. Spinny chair life, spinny chair love. So it's broken, which is unfortunate. It's not like a bad broken. It's just that like I just can't adjust one of the handles. Like it's like one of the little like armrest things. I just can't really adjust it, which is like surprisingly not a big deal. It also helps that since I'm a tall boy, a lot of the negatives for that is just kind of negated because like yeah, I'm gonna need my arms up here. I'm a tall lad. I think I'll probably paint those like little wrappings, probably like a light gray, and then I'll do a white on top of that to make them like bandaged. Oh, look at you! Look at the buddy. He's coming together. Yeehaw! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! There we go. How you doing, Rosario? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbuds the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nerd Golden Game variety. How was the Mechanicus treat? Hell yeah, let's go. That's a fun game. I've played that game. I've done one stream of it drunk, and then I played it like 1 or 2 streams sober, and I liked it. I don't remember why I stopped Mechanicus. I legitimately don't remember. It's been a bit. How you doing? How you doing? I'm currently painting some Wrath of Kings minis, which are big, muscly lads. I'm probably going to use them as Corn Berserkers in 3rd edition 40k because that sounds like fun. That sounds like a fun thing to do. Oh, there's so much paint on here. Been great. It was a really legit game when I played it. Maybe once that's one of those things I need to go back. I don't know. Like it's once again my upcoming games for after Magfest will be Anthology of the Killer. And then every Half-Life game, which just basically means that all my games until June are pre-decided, which I'm okay with that, Oh, so it's from Wrath of Kings. It's like legitimately a really cool war game that was kickstarted by Coolman. You're not basically when kickstarting a war game was a hot novel thing to do. It never be, but also because it's a Coolman You're Not game, it was just not managed particularly well, and it's never like I think also inherently there's like I love minis like games games. I like games with bespoke minis, but there is like an inherently self-destructive cycle to them, where it's like a lot of people's hype is based on new shit coming out, for like new events and stuff like that. And like if you don't do that, then the minis are considered dead. And if a game's considered dead, people won't play it. It's like but then if you keep releasing new minis, you eventually get model bloat. And then what do you do for model bloat? You basically squat minis and people get angry, or you just like balance everything poorly and people get angry. It's such a like it's fascinating because like the only way really around that is to have like minis agnostic games where it's like you can use whatever, but those are inherently a niche thing because some people do really like that cycle. They really do like to cycle like currently they're showing off a lot of minis for Warhammer, like the new Titus stuff and also the spoiled Chaos Space Marines. Like there's the new Huron Blackheart looks pretty legit. Is it Huron Blackheart? I think so. Maybe Wrathheart or something like that. Anyway, Huron, good old Red Corsairs lad. And they preview an apothecary of his, and that's cool. And like the apothecary's neat, and there's hype for that. But like, technically, like if you could just always have an apothecary, that hype wouldn't be there. And that hype is there just because of just the inherent churn of how miniatures games work. And it drives me nuts because like that's a trick. That's like I said, it is a destructive loop. And I don't know a good way out of that because people both hate that and love that, and like the love for that keeps games going. I mean, you say that sometimes works for like the Krieg stuff, but that's not like guaranteed to work. Otherwise, I agree with you. Like I really like Turnip, where you can just say like, oh, I'm building a new cult. I want to make a new fodder unit. This fodder unit is not mechanically different. I just want something that looks more thematically in tune with the rest of my army, which I think is neat. Like, that's a neat idea. But that's also, like, not something you can do with every war game. I would love it if you could, but, like, it's just not super common. But yeah, it's tricky. Like, I like Trench Crusade, and I like Turnip, and I'm curious to see how they're going to hold up. And this guy doesn't have wrapping. He just got bare ass legs. Okay. Like a little, I guess he's got like a little anklet thing, which I'll need to paint later, but I'll paint that metal. Tricky. At least I will say one thing I find fascinating about Warhammer in specific is it is an excellent barometer of just like the general state of the internet. Like Warhammer, like so many subtle things of like how the internet works really reflects back into Warhammer. And you wouldn't like necessarily think that, but even just like the way that like minis and Instagram work is already kind of like a big like that kind of like cycles in, or just like hype cycles and stuff like that. It's just very nice. The Prussians. I think the Prussians are cool. I just don't have any interest in going Prussian. I know the campaign I'm going to be joining apparently is going to have a box of them as prize support. I don't know what a prize support for a campaign is going to look like, but so yeah, maybe if my games go good, I'll end up with some. I don't know. Oh yeah, I was about to mention earlier. So yeah, I'm joining a campaign, but when I was joining, it looked like nobody was going to run Grail, and now it seems like a lot of people are going to be running like Grail and Heretic stuff. So I'm switching to Sultanate, and I'm going to be rocking my House of Wisdom lads, I believe, unless that changes. I could easily see that change again. I'm inherently the way my brain works. Like I love war games, I love TRPGs. I'll basically do whatever. And enjoy whatever. So like if I'm ever playing like a tabletop group and they're like, well, we're playing like a 40K game, but like we don't have like I don't know. Let's just say they don't have a tech priest character, and like no one else wants to play one. Yeah, I'll play one. I like tech priest, but like I would play. Let's say they need more like an Arbides. Like Arbides aren't like my favorite part of 40K. You know, Judge Dredd is cool, but it is very much kind of like, you know, this is just Judge Dredd over and over again. I mean, I think that exists. I mean, that was in War Machine as the not the Nightkin, the Spooky Boys. Like, there's like a couple scarecrows in there. I think Malifaux has some scarecrows as well, I think. Yeah. You can get some. There's a guy called the Carver in Malifaux. If you play Neverborn, you can get a Scarecrow lad. Grimkin, yes, there we go. The Scarecrow and Blood Bowl too. Oh hell yeah, let's go. Grail is everyone's second choice. See, for me, it's my first. I love Grail, but also just like, you know, I like my horrible mutant lads, and they're kind of perfect for that. They're kind of perfect for that. It seems very, it's been very flip floppy. Where for a while it was like, oh, there's gonna be too many like, you know, too many holy factions. I was like, okay, I'll lean more. I'll do a Grail army then as like a counterpoint, and it's like it seems like that has flipped at some point. Oh no, he head fall off. Alright, I can fix that. What's up? Okay, unfortunately my good glue has like dried up. And I have not been able. I went to the store to pick up some new glue, and they just didn't have any. I have like a really thin drippy glue. And I'm gonna, it's so thin and drippy, I'm actually just gonna like glue this off screen. I'm just gonna add like a little bit of glue. So it's like this, like it's a very, I think it's like a local brand of glue, and it's like thin super glue, and they're not wrong. It is indeed thin super glue. The problem with how thin it is that specifically it leaks. Like it basically doesn't come, like, you know, like when you're like squeezing super glue, it like, you know, squeezes out of the bottle. It flows like water, and it fucks my shit up. I try to work with it because I just don't have like I went to the store to run some like groceries, and I was trying to get some new glue when I was there. They just didn't have any. I was like, man, that's fucked up. It's fucked up. Oh, are Night Stalkers? I'm vaguely aware of them from Kings of War. I guess I didn't know they had scarecrows though. That's cool. I wonder what color I should do all the, like, he's got like little belts and stuff. I feel like I, like, weirdly enough, like, usually I would do a lot more, like, leather and browns and stuff like that. Yeah, it maybe, like, it's labeled super thin, which, like, it glues good. It's just that I was, like, I'm used to whenever they say thin, like, not being, like, sticky water. I was not prepared for sticky water. So, like, when I was working on some stuff with, like, my my Praetor and Saturnine armor, like, that stuff flowed super duper hard, and I got in details I did not want to get it in. Yeah, I'm actually gonna let this guy dry a little bit. I'm gonna let that guy dry a little bit, so that way it's like I can handle his neck without feeling like my gloves stick to it. Yeah, it fucked my shit up. Like, the fact that this guy's like, because I was doing the what's it called? I wanted to put like a demon head on there, but it got cut and like used the baking soda thing, but it flowed so weirdly that it just kind of dripped all over, you know? Yeah, so like I had like I usually use like the little, it's like the black top, Loctite, whatever. That's like my default super glue if I'm not doing anything precision. Like I could have used that for this, but like my bottle of it just crusted up, and I just couldn't use it. I was like, this is unfortunate. Maybe it's because I've been using it with a lot of baking soda stuff, and that crust just kind of gets in there whether I like it or not. Oh, you're not wrong, Steve. Hold on. I can legitimately show you that straight up. Let me get like an itty bitty bit. Oh, cool. This is another boy without leg wrappings. Yippee! Nice. All right. But yeah, when I did this flesh base for my desecrated saint, this is what I did. It was PVA glue and that really thin glue, which actually like gave it like a really good texture. Like the texture is like really fucking good. And it's so fucked up because my brain is like, hey, we'll paint him next week, and it's like, no, buddy, no brain. I'm going to MagFest next week. I'm not gonna paint anything for a while. And it's like, oh really? Oh man, but painting fun. Like painting is fun, brain. But I must travel. I must be social with weirdos on the internet, but in person. Oh yeah, they are very much like a Brothers Grimm vibe, yeah. Or like I remember for a while, like the consensus was like, why did they make a Malifaux for War Machine? It's like. I can see the idea of where they're coming from. I think Malifaux rocks that aesthetic way better, though. Grimkin has always been, like, Grimkin's kind of got that feel of like, I bet somebody on staff really, really liked that idea. Like, if you told me that they were like somebody's like pet project army, I could totally believe it. Or it's like, they got wrapped up into the lore and everything, but like, I do wonder if like, it's either that or like, so something that was always fun back during the OG War Machine days of like when it was an active war game is that because it was an RPG setting for so long, a lot of times you could just like look in the role-playing game books for like the bestiaries and like, oh, sometimes they would release a beast that was in there and you're like, oh shit. And you can just kind of keep waiting. And I legitimately don't know if I was to like look into the depths of the Monsternomicon, which I own one of those, I think. I forget which one I own, but I do own one of the Monsternomicons. This is also still getting too like up into the feral. I need to ride this off a bit and do it a bit thinner. But it's like it was kind of neat just seeing that like, oh, any day any of these monsters could become real. And like it's distinctly possible that Grimkin were mentioned in one of those and I was just not aware. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, fair, but at least for me, like those are the kind of books that's just like they're just nice to have to read. Like I like if I was to buy every TRPG book for just like playing with my own groups, I basically the amount of books that actually get used for that is like negligible. Like I run a lot of games. I run a variety of games more than I think your average person does. But the average group still is not that flexible. Still, I'm rising and hunting them. Oh, okay, maybe they did. Oh, Strange Light Workshop books. I don't know if I've actually heard of those. The way that the lore was distributed in the end was oh, interesting. They're still selling this too, which is funny because now they have like a 5e RPG. Which on one hand I'm like, man, that makes me sad, but I also it's like. They cut their teeth on 3.5 anyway. Like they were a 3.5 source book and then they became like a whole separate thing. So like, you know, they're just kind of just doing what they know. So it's fine. But looking, buddy, all their feet are fucking. The feet are just like a nexus of sadness and mold lines. And I took my X-Acto knife. I really tried, and it's just like, I don't even know. I don't even know, man. This might be very much oh, and then I put the pigment powders on, and whoa, look how dusty them shoes are. Well, I guess I'm doing. They're more like wearing socks, but like, you know, like, ooh, look how dusty those feet are. Wow. Yeah. Oh yeah. So they were doing Pharaoh via the STL thing. Man, I had 2 weeks off from the guild, and I did not sit down to fix my 3D printer once. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I had the time and I didn't. I got a couple of projects that I need that for, and I just did not do anything. No, there is like a dark little whisper spirit. I'm like, it's like, hey Hal, wait, see how much money you got after MagFest, and just get a new printer. Get a new printer, Hal. It'll be good. You don't have to worry. I'm like, I can't do that. I can't do that. No, I already bought a screen and some screws and everything. I have to at least give an attempt. That might still need to happen. It might just be fucked. And just like I just keep diagnosing problems and they're not right. We'll find out, I guess. There we go. Getting on there. Yeah, I also really like the choices that they're doing for these re-releases, because they're always armies and stuff where it's like, Pharaoh are cool. And I remember there was a guy at my locals that would run Pharaoh. For context, Pharaoh in War Machine terms, which is a war game that's in like a very weird state right now, it's doing pretty good, but it's basically almost like a soft reboot existence. Actually, a lot of War Machine is basically mimicking a lot of the ideas of Age of Sigmar, where it's like, it's the same setting. Some of the main characters exist, but they're like very changed, or they're in different factions. It doesn't got that weird, like, twirl your mustache and say hidey ho for a +1 to charge. But it's that thing where it's like, well, this isn't bad necessarily, but I like the old thing. Also, Akuirami, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. How you doing? I'm painting the muscly lads, and we're talking about War Machine and stuff like that. How you doing? How you doing? Circle of Thorn. Yeah, those look pretty cool. I do like some of this stuff is neat. Like, I do like the idea of like people from Khador who are leaning more into like the old Umbry kind of like we're like war beast and spookiness, because that was always kind of there in Khador, but also a lot of people were like, but I want Russia big mech. And mind you, Russia big mech cool. Like I need to show you guys Behemoth from War Machine. Like, just like the OG Behemoth. It's going to be a bit dorky looking just because it's like an older metal, but like I still think, like, you know how there's like a vision, like a dream, where it's like if you want someone to get into an army, they have like an idea of what they want that to look like visually. Like, people want Space Marines to be Space Marines and stuff like that. Yeah, it's let's see, let me pull up the lad. Images. I don't want to get the new super version. The new super version is fine, but like I want to show. I think this is the metal one. I want to show off the metal. The old metal lad, because he's got that soul. He's got that soul. Also, this guy was made entirely of metal. My friend had him, and like he fell over a lot. Like metal has some like kind of inherent like soul to it, but goddamn, sometimes playing with metal at the time was the worst. Like yeah, like look at him. Look at him. He has a second brain so he could fire more guns. It's magical. Filled with whimsy. And like they did make a new version. There is a new like ultra like behemoth. I always say behemoth, and I think that's wrong just because I was raised wrong. But whatever, I'll say it. I don't give a shit. But like the new one doesn't look bad. It's a much bigger one. Wait, is this? Oh shit. Okay, so this is the plastic one. Okay, now so that's the plastic iteration, which like wouldn't fall off and still doesn't look too bad. I saw the one with the tank treads, and I thought that was somebody's kit bash. Well, let me find this tail. Huh. Behemoth 2. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm not gonna lie. Well, this is a new one. No, the Khador symbol has always looked like that. Listen, Skaven don't own everything with 3 stripes. This is a new one. Yeah, he's not, like, it's weird because I have a hard time identifying what, like, I'm not against treads. The arms look fine, the heads look fine, the guns look fine, but like, altogether, I just don't think it works. Like, there's so, the thing is, like, I mean, the metal, like I said, the metal one's doofy. But like they kind of got their shit together. Like for the plastic one, like yeah, that's a fucker with big guns. I think it's also because the size is large enough that the guns are big size wise, but like ratio wise they look really small. Let me see. I've heard the new Deathjack fucks though. I do want to see the new Deathjack War Machine. Just let me look at the big boy. Oh, okay. You are not gonna lie, over-designed as fuck, but I still kind of dig it. I do still kind of dig this. Meanwhile, let me pull up Deathjack. Let me pull up the new Deathjack redo. It's like very busy, but it still like gets Deathjack. It's still got the fuck huge vents. It's still got them big claws. It's got the horns. It's got like the ominous kind of like look to it. So they did tone it down. I will say that like I'm liking so like non-metallic metal is a technique that shows you're good at mini painting. And the War Machine people have like Lost him in the war. Like the War Machine people, like really went overboard with it for a while. That's escaping me. Oh yeah, no, the nice thing about Wrath of Kings, you can basically buy all the entire range super cheap. I think the most expensive one I saw was like $50 for like a big boy unit. Yeah, no, yeah, it's Crix. Because like Skaven were Skaven-y, but I feel like a lot of the super tech was like the evil green super tech was kind of like Skaven had that, but I don't know if they were rocking the same design language like Crix was at the time. I don't know. Like chasing the lineage of miniature designs is a fool's errand, but I think Crix had its own shit going on for a while. I do have a couple of Crix guys kicking around. Funnily enough, I also like. I was initially painting some Crix guys to look like corn stuff, because at the time I was only like, my friend was just like, "Hal, I'm never gonna paint these." You're like, there was generally a period of my life where I was just thirsty for things to paint. Where it's like I just didn't have the money for things to paint, but I wanted to paint more. So he's like, "Hey, you want to just paint my Crix?" I was like, "Yeah, okay." And then I ended up with his Crix. So which is why like I haven't painted Deathjack, but my Deathjack is red. Because it was like a tribute to the couple of paint jobs I did. Like I have like a Slayer and a couple of the Chicken Jacks from like way back when. And they're all incredibly goofy. Down there. Yes, like yeah, give it a Doom Wheel, yeah. I feel like the Doom Wheel and like it's like kind of hits like different spots as well too. Doom Wheels are cool though. Don't get me wrong. I do love me a Doom Wheel. All right, we got these lads. Also, give me a quick sec. I just need to what's it called? I'm gonna like stretch and idle break and everything, but I really need to get up so I can start defrosting a rat for nanners. So I'm gonna BRB. Wow. There we go. I'm back, yippee! Alright, we got a rat defrosting. Yippee, let's go. You know, I gotta make sure my beautiful rats. My beautiful snake. The rats are all kind of gross. It's honestly, I like rats, but like once you get them frozen, they definitely become like a very different thing. Yeah, just getting a little dinner for nanners is one thing. What I'm gonna do next is I guess it's like I could do metal. I think what I want to do is I think I need to get all the little like chain bits again. Get a little bit on there. Yeah, no, true. Get a little bit of water. Frozen rat rave, yippee! All right. I like the like. I'm beginning to see the vision of the lads. How you doing, Oni? How you doing? I'm seeing the vision of my lads. They're not pretty good. Definitely got like there's like straps because like I want to try to avoid brown on here. I just think I want to try to avoid that just because like I kind of like stick to the scheme that the original one had. The original one didn't have like brown leather straps or whatever. So I want to try to avoid that, but I'm so used to doing just like brown is the color I use the most. I use brown on so many minis. It's crazy. There we go. This is definitely less than now, which is good. So it's actually like sticking. I also need to make sure I can get like the little edges and whatnot. Which probably will mean I'll need to do a couple little touch-up bits later, but that's fine. That's why, like, I don't like once again the people. Which brown though? The most. Yes, I have so many. Currently my current rotation of browns. Which let me. I can show you in a quick sec. Let me just get this like one little bit done. There we go. All right, so usually like the ones I've been using the most lately, Brigadine Brown, Charred Brown, Bootstrap Brown. Sorry, Brigadine and Bootstrap are from War Paints Fanatic, Charred Brown, and then also there's another one that on my desk somewhere, is a Vallejo Brown, a Saddle Brown, a little bit from Vallejo. I have more. I have so many more. Like I've also been using like just like there we go. We got Drab Brown from I expect a lot more Pro Acro paints in the future. I really like the Pro Acro paints, but for the longest time it was more like, well, Pro Acro paints are cool, but I can only really order them online. And a lot of times like I'll just be like, "Oh, I need a specific color. I'm going to go to the shop and see if I can find that color." And because of that, it was like, you know, primarily, like, the G-Dubs paints were there, but I don't really go for the G-Dubs paints. But besides that, that also meant it's like, okay, so it's like Army Painter or Vallejo. But now that my store straight, it's super funny, though. My store's Pro Acro rack, it's like, you know, people are buying the paints. The titanium white. The titanium white, like the color they're known for the most for, is just fucking sold out. They just sold out of an entire row of the titanium white, like, nigh instantly. I was like... I was talking to the guy behind the counter. He's like, yeah. So I was like, oh man, I'm really thankful that you guys got these because I really like these paints. I was like, yeah, we only got them like 2 days ago. So that means over the course of 2 days, people wiped out their entire stock of the titanium white, which is a really good white. I reordered some recently because mine was getting clogged up. It's a real banging white. Yeah, it's worth the wait. I think it's worth the wait. The other option would be to look at some like just like kind of like pure like I know there's like art acrylics that have like a really nice titanium white, just like a kind of like typical like art store white, like an art store paint that has like a really good white to it. Yeah, that's kind of what I would do for the Pro Acro paints, where it was like I would wait till I had enough that I could justify making a bigger order. Because yeah, spending $4 on a paint and $5 for shipping is bleh. But like if I'm ordering several paints, I feel less bad. So like I would just every now and then be like, all right, I need like 6 paints from Pro Acro. Here we go. They're very fun. They're very fun. God, those was like painting with silk. Oh god. I mean, it's like what's oh god. Is it like the like really old G-Dubs paints? Because I know Cote d'Armes has like the OG like formulas from like way back in the day. But if this is like something like slightly newer, yeah, I think a lot of that formulation is lost in the mist of time. Yeah, if you do that like Cote d'Armes, you can still get the OG Goblin Green that all the YouTubers are big on. It's all good, Fuber. Have yourself a good night, yo. Take it easy. Have a good Sunday. It's been a good Sunday though. Because it's been good. I gotta watch a couple of VTubers. I gotta get some errands done. I went a little Marie Kondo on some books. Basically, I was like, okay, I love collecting like tabletop game books and everything, but I was like, I don't think I will ever have a use for a 9th edition codex. There was a couple times during maybe late 8th, early 9th, where I'm like, I'm gonna actually play this edition. And I got the stuff and everything and I was ready to go, and it just didn't happen. And it's like, I understand the idea of going back. Like, I don't mind. I've picked up some like 3rd edition books. I don't mind the idea of going back like pretty far, but the idea of going backwards to like an edition like 8th or 9th is like a strange idea to me. Like, I don't see myself ever wanting to do that. Like, if I was going to do something like that crazy, I'd probably just pick like a different system or do like an OPR thing or whatever. So I was like, well, so these books are just taking up space. So I'm just gonna take them to like the used bookstore that I like to haunt, and I just like, well, here you go. Knowing that I'm not gonna be getting a lot of money from them, there's just, it's better than throwing them away. And I know if I decide to put them on eBay, the hassle of trying to ship a whole ass book is just not gonna be good. Oh yeah, the P3 paints, I've heard nothing but good things. They're the privateer press paints, funnily enough, speaking about War Machine stuff. They have never been available in any place I have ever lived, but I've also hear people like really, really, really say they fuck with those paints. So yeah, I like I said, I can't give a actual review because they're just never been in my region. But since you got access to them, I would say give them a go. They're probably worth it. They're probably worth it for you. Oh yeah, just bust them out for a fancy occasion. Hell yeah. Oh, the hexagon ones. Yeah, so Coat Arms might still make those, but I think because they're just like a small like little paint distribution place, I don't know what their stock is ever like. I also do think they're like Goblin Green. I think theirs is called Snot Green, maybe. I don't know. I know that paint goes on like basically is never in stock because a lot of people are like, yes, retro Warhammer, Goblin Green bases, and they're not wrong. Like, I mean, I see a lot of like brown bases and like older like White Dwarf stuff, but also you do see a lot of the classic Goblin Greens. So if you're going for that feel, I could see definitely going for that. But because of that, like people who make paints that look a lot like that, like those tend to get sold out real quick. Which I've done. Like, it's also not that hard to fool people. I use some Vallejo paints. And how you doing, Mike Two Hands? How you doing? Yeah, happy 2026. How you doing? Also, how you doing, Shadow? Also, Dungeon, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Where did you nerds come as a group? And how you doing, the legendary super lesbian? Hell yeah, let's go. Sci-fi basis of Shadow Gray. That's not a bad choice. I exclusively do black rims because that's just what I like. But this is a mini from Wrath of Kings. It is I'm fairly certain dead. Like, I feel like I could comfortably say Wrath of Kings is a dead war game. From Cool Mini or not. That was very, very kind of like if you're familiar with Wok Fu, it's got a very similar aesthetic in my opinion. Like, it's like if you can vibe with Wok Fu's design, you will like Wrath of Kings. If you cannot vibe with Wok Fu's design, you're just not going to like it, and that's fine. That's understandable. I have not though. I have not looked into any fancy markers. My next big hobby purchase is likely going to be of a Mark IV. Oh yeah, we were talking about War Machine stuff. Like the Behemoth Mark II feels weird to me, but like Deathjack is cool. I used to play Legion of Everblight back in the day, so I have fun nostalgia for War Machine stuff, but I haven't really touched any of the new stuff ever. I feel like there's probably when I can't remember any characters' names. When the main knight dude, when he transforms, when his shoo actually, that's a very straight up one of the main characters, Sandy. I think his name's Sandy. Like whenever his demon sword takes over, it's actually very similar to this, funnily enough. So these have never really been available in shops, but you can basically buy them on eBay for like $25. Because Wrath of Kings is basically a dead war game, you can pretty much buy most of like boxes of these models for like $25. The plastic is kind of shit, I'm not gonna lie. But like you can get so much stuff. See, I got into War Machine back in the day because personal, I think that's right. That sounds right. I grew up on TG. I thought Warhammer was cool, but like I knew in a million billion years I could never afford an army. So I went to my local shop and they had War Machine. And that was like when War Machine was in Mark II, like its height. And I was like, oh, I can actually just buy the starter box and like one like $30 like War Beast, and I'm basically good to go. Yippee! And then the Colossus came out and like, I can't afford this. I want an Archangel. I can't afford this. This is fucked up. Lightbringer? Oh man. that was a spirit crushing thing. Even though they're like very pretty models, I do think they look nice. That's when I was like, once Battle Engine started getting released, I was like, oh, I'm getting priced out of this game, aren't I? How you doing, Veg? How you doing? How you doing? Just got a bet. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Lightbringer. I hardly light nor. Yeah, but I still have a lot of my War Machine army unpainted from back in the day. So something I like, this is not like a resolution or anything, but I would like to bust out a couple of those every now and then and just give them an old, just give them a little bit of a paint, you know? I think that'd be fun to do. Oh yeah, because yeah, that'd be a decent amount of points, yeah. I was doing Typhon, the 3-headed war beast at the time, like a Ravagore, Abbey 2, and maybe some other stuff. Oh, Butcher. Like, I had a friend who basically almost exclusively played Butcher. Fun lad. Fun lad. It was basically, I think his main was Karchev, but he would play Butcher a lot as his, like, alt. I played a little bit of Veil as my backup when I was like, I want to do more spellcasty bullshit than War Beast bullshit. Both kinds of bullshit were fun, though. To be fair, I enjoyed both kinds of bullshit a lot. How you doing, Picanora? How you doing? How you doing? I don't know what that means, but assuming it's something good, hell yeah. If it's something bad, not hell yeah. The opposite feeling of hell yeah. Hell no? I guess hell no. I say hell yeah so much. I say hell yeah for like literally anything. Like I'm like, well, like every now and then I'm like, I gotta find some way to like shock collar myself into not saying hell yeah as much. Also, Shadow, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, you know, I did actually see that like an okay amount of Legion stuff is still up to date, but the game is dead where I'm at. Like the game doesn't exist. I'm very happy that I enjoyed War Machine when I did, but even at the time I was like, I really miss the idea of doing like your dude sort of things. I really like that customization to kit bash stuff. Like that's why I like Trench Crusade. So like for instance, I can kit bash something like this for Trench Crusade, like this big old fuck off worm thing with a flesh base. And he's like my own guy with the own backstory and like there's rules for him and everything. So that's going to be cool. But the idea that like War Machine was so character based that like I could justify it. Like it's like playing like a fighting game where like, yeah, you and other people that like the same character bond and whatnot, but I don't get that artistic expression that I get for something like this. Oh, it's going to be a desecrated saint for gluttony and lust. So in Trench Crusade lore, desecrated saints are basically like people who would have gone on to become great saints, but they got corrupted by hell at some point, and now they're just used as weapons. I'm going with the idea that like this person would have been a great saint, but they went to Sodom and Gomorrah and got deep lost in the sauce. So when it got wiped from the face of the earth, they just kind of like realized last second before the god laser hit, they're like, oh, I fucked up. And then just kind of are now just like the body is aware of what it's done and it's racked with guilt, but the worm, that's sort of the manifestation of all the horrible indulgences it took, continues to feast and like use its kind of like potential reserves to just fuck shit up. Yippee! No, War Machine had pretty decent lore, but like it was all codex based. I mean, War Machine had novels. There was like a whole like I think it's called like the Witchfire trilogy, which is about it was always really funny because it was like the there was like the necromancer lady. There was like a necromancer lady for Mercs who I was always like, oh, that's an interesting character, but like I don't know what's going on with her. She was apparently like a big book protag who had like a whole bunch of shit going on in the books. But the books were just never around, so I could never figure out what was her deal, you know? Oh yeah, that was the fun part though, lesbian. Yeah, you could sorry, it sounds funny just calling you lesbian just like a shortened version of your name. Just like, hey lesbian, I also enjoyed War Machine. Alexia, yeah, there we go. But yeah, you could just run like I just ran like 3 beasts, some shredders, and an Absalonia, and I was like, hey, there we go. I did see at my local used bookstore. There's a book about Lael, which I might pick up one of these days. That could be neat. That could be. I don't know the quality of any of the War Machine books, but like, you know, I read 40K books. I'm willing to be flexible in my quality. I basically I haven't read a 40K book in a while, but it's because like a lot of times I listen to those when I'm like going to work, and I've been off for a while, and I'm going to be off for a while. I'm basically waiting to post Magfest to start I'm going to be doing the third Horus Heresy book, the one about the Isfahan massacre. I wonder what's going to happen. I wonder where Loken's going to be when that happens. I don't. It's funny. It's like I don't know any spoilers from the book, but I'm like, yeah, he's probably gonna be. It's probably gonna be him doing a mission on the planet, and they're like, why is the virus bombs coming? Oh no. How you doing, Balric? Yeah, no, the fucking Elemental Council's a real fucking good book. Yeah, is it a bachelor party? No, unfortunately, at where I'm at, the one character that would love to go to a bachelor party will not be going to any more bachelor parties. Rest in peace, you beautiful fat fuck. You were too good for this world. Oh god. This is if you don't know what the story is about, I'm avoiding spoilers. If you do, you're pouring one out. You're pouring one out for him. Oh, is it Infinite and Divine? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, all my audiobooks, all my 40K books are audiobooks because they're like I just find that it's either that or just listening to podcasts over and over again. But lately I've been trying to go through every Hive Scum episode, and I'm on like 34 out of like 70 something, and I'm just hitting the like. So basically, Hive Scum, the podcast, is just like a bunch of guys from, I believe, Connecticut, who are just sitting around talking about hobby bullshit. And it's fun because it's basically like and they run events and stuff. So, but like it's fun just seeing like, hey, what are you working on this week? Like, that's fun. But it's also like, oh god. So like early on, one of the hosts is like my main army. I've been collecting since I was a child are Beastmen. And I was like, oh no. And I finally caught up to the point where Beastmen were squatted. And I'm like, oh, I knew this day would come. I knew this day would come. It looks like he's pivoting to ghouls at this time, yeah. Oh, the Twisted King books, fuck. Both those books are really, really good. I did enjoy them. I think I enjoyed the first more than the second. I feel but I still enjoyed it quite a bit. Yeah, that's the tricky thing. It's like on one hand, I'm like hearing them talk about like, oh yeah, there's this Trench Crusade game that seems pretty cool. I'm like, yeah. But then it's like, yeah, I just painted a bunch of Beastmen. I'm really excited because I'm running them in this AOS campaign. I'm like, oh no. He took it pretty well, to be fair. At least at this point in time, I don't know. It's just funny. Good to see him at Adepticon. Yeah, I want to go to Adepticon, but I don't know. I don't know how to do housing. The only reason I got into the Magfest, shout out to Vtuber Sasha, who basically like dragged me in the Magfest in a positive way, but also helped set up a lot of like housing and stuff. I want to go to not Magfest. I want to go to Adepticon. I really want to go to Adepticon, but it's just like I don't know where to stay, and it seems like all the hotels get scooped, and like I don't know anyone else in the hobby who's also going that would be like I could crash with them. So it's just kind of off limits. Gen Con, I'm still like very up in the air about whether I go. I would like to, because like if I went to Gen Con, I could at least like I do know some people who live nearby, so it'd be like I could go there and then also sort of like double up as a like, oh, I'm visiting some people too, which would be nice. Luckily that's in the summer, so I got like a little bit of leeway to plan. I guess it's also because I've like going to a con solo I've never done, but I probably should at some point. Sequel felt like it stalled. Yeah, so like this isn't major spoilers for the sequel, but like at one point in the sequel they get chased by Space Marines. I'm not going to mention the chapter or anything, but they get Necrons get chased by Space Marines. And that's kind of like a reoccurring threat in the book because, they're kind of doing that thing where they're low on supplies and they're just like really struggling. And it's cool, but it does feel like it drags on. You're like, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I know. Yep. Still getting chased by space. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And I know, like, I know I'm not being like real impatient. Like local VTuber has no attention span. I get what it's there for, and I get what it's doing, and I understand that like its purpose in the story, but I still feel like the pacing on it's kind of off. Like they're spending a lot of time showing everyone waiting, which I understand because it's supposed to build a kind of dread tension, but also it's just a lot of people waiting. Yeah, so I knew because like this is the tricky thing about just being on the internet. I knew how it was going to end before it ended. And that doesn't bother me because I'm very much like, knowing that, I'm like, how does he get to the ending? How does that book end? Like how does he get to that point? And when it did end, I was like, yeah, this feels good. This feels right. Yippee. Hotel room. Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could do that. I guess probably not this year because hotels were probably immediately scooped. I think hotel rooms are just kind of expensive. But like, I probably what I need to do is I need to I either need to save my money. I need to do something different with my finances because there's things I want to do that I feel like I'm getting held back a little bit financially. So like maybe I gotta figure out how to tap into that a bit. So that ways that maybe Adepticon 2027, that's something I could do. Because I would like to go. Because every time I hear about Adepticon, it sounds fucking beautiful. Oh, also, thank you, Lunar Wind. I totally did not hydrate. Give me a quick sec just to get this little side bit. Ah, big stretchy. Like, I want to go to the grimdark hallway and hang with all the weirdos. That sounds great. That's my people. My people are there, and I need to say hey. But there's like a couple of things. Like like one thing I want to do this year, which I've only recently super found out about. I want to enter Smash Bash. I really want to enter Smash Bash. I think it's supposed to open up soonish, but I don't know when. Anytime I try to look up the details about when Smash Bash formally starts, I don't know. It's basically a big like gross indie kit bash competition thing, and I want to enter it. I'm a rep VTubers. I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm an anime man on the internet. I'm gonna upload my gross thing. I do once again really like how it's like. I just find it funny just because like a lot of times people who are doing like the kind of stuff I do are big into like noise or like hardcore punk or like doom metal, and I'm just listening to like goofy anime bullshit when I paint. It's the best. Yeah, that's all that kind of stuff sounds fun. I also like through the Hive Scum stuff. I want to do. There's like so apparently there was. I don't know if they still have this guy. This is like one of those events that I could see being banned because someone got upset. There's apparently an event where you go. And there's a guy with a big smasher machine. And the idea is that like you and a couple people submit a mini to like fight to the death, and the loser gets crushed, like absolutely turned into paste. Like the mini is physically destroyed. But there's like a fun gambling component. I think that would be fun to go to Adepticon and like, yeah, that thing. I want to enter that. I want to like find a mini there. I want to like paint a grubbly little freak at like 3 a.m, and then I want to send him to his oh, they got rid of sadness. it's one of those things that like I'm not surprised because conceptually I understand why you would remove something like that, but man, I don't know. But there's also like a couple of smaller events like they keep mentioning at Hive Scum that I might try to attend because they're like feasibly like within like it'd be like a long driving distance, but like maybe like I'm gonna go, what's the Northeast Mordheim Open Nemo, yeah, it's Nemo. I'm gonna try to go to Nemo this year. I don't know if that's gonna be a thing I'm gonna do. I think like at the end of the day you could just bring a fucking mallet, you know? It's just really beat that fucker, but like the visceralness of whirling blades does kind of have like a very has a certain je ne sais quoi to it, you know. I want to try that maybe, see if there's any other like events, stuff like that. Because apparently what I have been realizing, the more I listen to podcast, the Hive Scum podcast, the more I'm realizing like I want to meet more of my peers in the mini painting space, but it seems like that the way everyone meets up is via events, and I just haven't gone to events, so I just haven't met anyone cool. I gotta do that, you know? Oh, did they get like a bigger hotel or something? I could see that, because it feels like a lot of conventions are like becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. Like I know MagFest this year basically had to stop selling tickets early, like very early, because they're trying to cap it like 3K or whatever. And like last year, I think they had more than 3K. It didn't seem like it was like that crowded, but I could see that being like oh, we didn't think this many people were going to come. We should dial that down a bit. So yeah, now basically for like MagFest, I think as soon as they announce tickets, people are going to start like needing to buy those ASAP. Which I will make sure to do that next year, else I will miss out. But yeah. I needed some stuff. Oh wait, I hate that I moved to Milwaukee. For some reason in my brain it was still in Chicago. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Clearly, I need to look into that shit more because I did not know it was quite that big of a change. Was it? Maybe it was never in Chicago. I'm just misremembering. I could totally see that. But yeah, I want to go to my goal vaguely. Like this is not like a New Year's resolution thing. This is just like a soft goal that like if this doesn't get accomplished this year, I want to maybe be like a next year or floating goal until it gets done. I want to go to a convention, as like you know, like go to a convention that's like more tabletop themed and just kind of like you know chill. I don't have any like plans for like hosting it, like you know maybe it'd be fun to host a game or something like that, but like you know just kind of like just hang out, be a weirdo. That'd be cool. I mean I'm already being a weirdo, so it's not like that's gonna change much, but you know what I mean. Getting some actual layers on this shit. Okay, it was in Chicago. I mean, I'm trying to think of what food would be in Milwaukee, but all my Milwaukee knowledge is from Red Letter Media. That's the only bit I know about Milwaukee is from them. So and it turns out that doesn't mean I don't really know much about Milwaukee. Oh, I guess it's like a supply and demand thing, which is unfortunate. I guess it kind of also means too maybe as prices and like availability become harder, that would encourage more people to like I wonder what it would take to run an event. Like it definitely seems like I would like my local scene is building more and more of a steady crew. And I do wonder if that will ever spin off into like a like maybe that would be cool. It's like we've basically where I'm at, we've ran some turnip events and people from like a couple states over have came down because we're like holy shit, why? And like you gotta understand, brother, there's no turnip anywhere. There's no turnip events anywhere. I drove like 6 hours to get here and we're like, oh, okay. That's crazy. So yeah, maybe I gotta capitalize on that. If people are that thirsty, maybe I gotta maybe someday HalCon will be real. Yeah. Also, I don't want to say where I'm still very weird. I'm just gonna say that like I live in the South on the East Coast. That's motherfucker. Did another head come out, or is this the same? It's a different head. And we've hosted some, you know, I'm going to paint the rest of these first and I'll glue that back on. This will be fine. I think it's what happened is I used I used the like Tamiya Extra Thin, and that seemed to work for like every other body part except for the heads. The heads tend to pop out, and I don't know why. I knew it, you're Floridian. See, I kind of wish I was. Like, this is gonna sound weird. I kind of wish I was Floridian because so many of you nerds are Floridian. I have a gigantic Florida like follower base, and I don't understand. I know some of you come from squids, but a lot of people don't, and I don't. California, hey, nah. If I lived in California, that means I could actually go to like half the conventions. Every convention's in California, and I'm pissed off. I'm upset. But yeah, there's like a lot of conventions in California, and it's just like just far enough and just expensive enough that like any serious like trips there, it's just out of my price bracket. So like you would assume that I have more money than I do because I paint minis like consistently every day of the week, but nah, I'm a cheap bastard when it comes to minis. I just buy a lot of shit used or through squids. Like I haven't paid full price for a G-Dubs mini in probably like 4 years. Like honest to God, yeah. Yeah, but where I do live, we've ran turnip events. I'm gonna be in a Trench Crusade campaign. So that's pretty good. So like there's apparently like rogue people who are playing like Blood Bowl near me. I might be building a Blood Bowl team at some point. I'd probably not for a bit, but like, you know, I could. So like it'll probably like, you know, I am spoiled for choice in games. But yeah, it's pretty good. The Alaska man. I do kind of wonder if you just kind of have to play tabletop games, because what the fuck else are you gonna do in Alaska? Yeah, I wanna do a Nurgle team because yeah, of course I do. Of course I'm gonna say Nurgle. He's my lad, my boy. I know it's like tier 3, but like I don't care. I like him. Yeah, they mentioned the Bits guy on the Hivescum stuff. I think that's legitimately, I think like it's really weird saying that like listening to a podcast has been really eye-opening, but like I've seen people online and I'm aware of people in this kind of like nebulous, cool, weird mini painting guy circle, like totally not panicking and like mangling minis and stuff like that. And I've gotten some of them have like commented on my stuff. I'm like, yippee! But I definitely need to like join an event so I can see them in person and be like, hey, you do cool stuff, yippee! There we go. I want to get exactly 1 drop on this bad boy, and then just like let the rest of it slide in my trash can so I don't have to fuck with it. Yippee! Be happy with cardboard. See, I wish I got into board games. For some reason, I just always just slid off of board games. Like, you know, I'll play them when they're offered, but there's nothing. I can never find myself compelled to pick one up. Oh wait, what's the question, Battle Rick? I'm dead. What's the triple spinny thing? Drake and Drive. Oh no. Marcus for Army. Oh yeah, those paint markers seem pretty legit. I still like the metal paint markers, which is pretty solid. Oh, it's because I was leaning over to my trash can. That's what was going on. Ah, gotcha. A little bit of goofiness, as one does. All right, I'm gonna use my Vallejo Gunmetal Gray. You can't tell because it's just covered in paint now. Yippee! And then let me get one of the. I have like designated paint brushes that I use only for like metals and stuff. That. This brush is kind of fucked up. Throw my lap. Hey, let's go. I don't know if I know him off the top of my head, but hell yeah. Yeah, everyone seems super nice. Like I've had no like. It's funny because like a lot of times the people who are issues aren't really in the hobby. Like God, there was a thing on Twitter a while ago where somebody was doing the like Ah, yes, when the old world died, it was Games Workshop throwing away values or whatever. And then somebody went into the comments and were like, have you ever played like any 40k games? It's like, nah, minis are too hard. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? why is it always no games people being like this? Why? We're these return to tradition motherfuckers who have not picked up a brush. I'm just like, what the fuck? Why is it like this? But like anytime I've met someone who does like actually does the mini painting, it's been nice. It's been a good old time, you know. Maybe a total Warhammer player, maybe. I even kind of doubt that. I think it's more performative clout chaser. I think it's you can show a picture of a Bretonian knight and go like return to tradition, and then like not have to actually like think about anything else. Like this is good enough for my narrative. It's fine. It's whatever. But your chain work, buddy. He's definitely doing the like chains wrapped around his fist, which is why I'm doing it like this before I do the glove again. Like, just gotta get some on there. Yeah, no, it's like I generally try to avoid those kind of like I'll see those online slap fights. I know they're dumb. It won't engage, but like I'll see like a snippet, and the snippet is always like so stupid. I'm like, well, definitely not gonna engage anyone in this conversation, and I live a good life. Live a good life, and I paint my minis, and that's why my backlog is unending. But like I think generally the fact that I can show up at the shop with like a new like batch of painted minis, I think is pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Where's more progress? Did they basically stop? I have to imagine with total Warhammer 40k being a thing, anything that's not that is probably going to be put on the back burner, unfortunately. So if you're hoping and praying, that's probably not going to happen. At the angles. Oh no, the angles on this bad boy are going to make me real sad. These are the kind of minis like could I done these as sub-assemblies? Yeah, but I also don't like these have like really weird connection pegs and stuff like that, and I had to do some like gap filling. So it's like I don't know if I could do them partial style. It's fine. I'll get at least some base coats going on. They are looking nice. I will say, complaints about some like bullshit aside, I do like the way they look. Like I genuinely really do fuck with the Wrath of the King's aesthetic. So how you doing, Doc J? How you doing? No, he will hit you with hook. And it's gonna suck. But you know, if you're into that, it might be nice for like those people like the idea that like if you're on the rack for like a couple seconds, it probably feels really good. It might be like that when you get the yank. Also, Luke, thank you for the YouTube sub. Thank you. How you doing? Howdy. So I'm all over the place. Basically, the only constant is I just don't use Games Workshop paints. I just don't like the paint pots. Generally, I use a combination of Vallejo, specifically for metallics, Army Painter paints for just kind of like miscellaneous things, and Proacryl. Proacryl for white, but I've also been moving more into Proacryl just because my local shop started carrying them. I'm not necessarily brand loyal to any paints, but I don't like anything that's in a jar. I've had so many jars that just dry up and become useless that I do not care for the jar. I don't like it. But yeah, I like I said, I have not tried any of the new. I know there's a new line of Vallejo metal colors. I have not tried them. They have not showed up at my shop yet. But I've been basically using like the old metal color. Like I don't need to do like metallic candy red. It's cool that you can, with their new system and everything. Like they have like an easy setup for that. So I'm just basically okay using the same metals they've had for just eons at this point. Big boy, hell yeah. Something I did get from the Proacryl line, I found out that they have their metal medium inside a shaker bottle. I don't know when I'll use that. I did order some of the rot swords from Squids, and a lot of people seem to paint those with like a colored armor that's still kind of like shiny, like it's still metallic, but they'll do like a metallic green. It's like ooh. I usually do purple for my Nurgle stuff, so I'm gonna try maybe some like metallic purple armor on them to see how that looks. Like, that'd be cool. That'll be neat. I don't like anything in the jar, stares at the camera. But for real though, so I forget. Robert, did I say hi? If I feel like I did, but if I didn't, howdy. You can enjoy a double hi on the house. But yeah, I pretty much use like, it's weird. It's like, I don't even know if I would say like, I will say that I personally have been moving away from the Army Painter Fanatics line. And like, this is a very like, your mileage will vary. This will not affect most people. I like to use enamels. I like to use enamel paints like the AK Interactive Enamel Dark Wash, some of the Villainy inks, stuff like that. I love enamels. The Fanatic line, some of those paints reactivate with mineral spirits, which means that they'll just like peel off. I've had that happen a couple of times and it fucks my shit up. And like I said, for most people, if you're not doing that, they're fine paints. They're not bad. But like if you're using from the very specific use case, and I like the ones I have, like I use some of them tonight. I know now that if I varnish before I do that, it works out fine. But sometimes I forget to varnish and I weep. Yeah, they can't. I will say the one Army Painter metal I do like is the Glittering Loot. It's just like a very good, easy to go on gold. I quite enjoy the Glittering Loot for what it is. I use that for a couple different projects, and I've been generally pretty happy with it. Especially for some of my Slanesh stuff, where I'll like paint it like a dark red, and I'll dry brush Glittering Loots, and it looks pretty sick. It's technically a speed paint, but I rarely use it like as a proper speed paint. Like I'm not doing any contrast techniques or anything. I'm just like using the fact that it's got like a really good pigmentation. Oh no, I did. It was you guys recommended it to me. It's Warpaint Fanatic Rough Iron. Like that, I basically entirely replaced Warplock Bronze now. That's been great. That's been great. I have not seen if that one reactivates with Mineral Spirits, but like, you know, as a Warplock Bronze replacement, it is everything I want. It is everything I want. At this point, so like previously it was like a Steel Legion Drab is the last G-Dubs paint holdover. It's nothing about this drab that's special. I just had a bunch of it. And I've since switched over to drab brown. It's not the same color. This is definitely like a very like kind of more kind of like yellowish brown. But for the purposes I'm using it, it basically functions the same. So with that, I can just sort of like retire that paint. And yeah, with all that, I'm not really using any G-Dubs paints anymore. Yeah, Rough Iron's pretty good. I also really like Evil Chrome. Evil Chrome is a very nice, like kind of like a brass color. I don't know why it's called Evil Chrome in particular, but it's neat. It is a neat shade. I'm very happy. Once again, these are not gonna get done tonight, but these are getting good. It's also like, I think it's also very rare when I just paint like I've been definitely leaning more towards painting like individual models. So it is kind of fun just to sit down and paint an entire unit of 6. Mind you, I did that with like my Stern Guard, which I've not touched in a while. My Stern Guard have not gotten really any attention, and that's fine. They're one of those that like every now and then, I have not looked into the Army Painter Death Metal, no. Like I said, for me, I usually don't go investigating paints unless I need them for a specific thing. Like I picked up a whole bunch of Army Painter paints when I was doing my Turnip 28 Gene Stealers. And like I picked up basically all these like jades and blues and kind of like bluish greens from Fresh. But otherwise, like I'm just kind of like, do I need X thing? Yeah, okay. And then I'll just give it a go. There we go. So he's going on there. I also need to get like they got like little collar spikes too, but I might, because I'm also gonna need to get like they got, you figure what color I want for the belt. Maybe the same color for the belt that I do for the wrappings where I make it like a light gray. That might be the way to go. Actually batch painted. Oh, Godspeed on that. Batch painting's one of those things that I started getting, so like I said, I was a War Machine player. I left the hobby for a while because I moved and no one near me played War Machine and the game kind of like, Mark 3, it was still functioning as a game, but like a lot of scenes kind of dried out. Also because like you had like the press ganger program shut down and a bunch of other shit. But like I got back in with Skaven, and Skaven are cool, but goddamn, does like batch painting and like really wear down my soul. However, I needed to get back into it because I have found out that like there's a certain type of mindless painting that I enjoy when I'm watching like a YouTube video essay. And I was doing that for terrain over break. And I was like, you know what? If I'm just going to like sit down and paint like 30 things gray, it might be chromium. I don't know what that color exactly, like, it's like a, like I said, it's like, this is what evil chrome looks like. And like, I don't know exactly what, like, maybe that's a chromium color. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have that off the top of my head. But it's like, maybe I would just enjoy just like watching some more video essays and just slowly painting stuff. CEO of paint consumption. Oh shit, we got a real heavyweight. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. How you doing? How you doing? I am currently painting some Wrath of Kings minis. Apparently I gotta step up my paint eating game. How you doing? How you doing? I'm painting some Wrath of Kings minis because I want to. And very nice. Look at him. Look at these big fucks. Also, how you doing, Kangonimus? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, we got a lot of good names tonight. Yippee! A big sip. Water, because I am big of thirst. Now, the most fucked up thing is I'm gonna have to like reacquire a sleep schedule. Every time I get used to like going on like an extended vacation, my sleeping habits immediately revert to neat, and it's the worst. I gotta unfuck that because I have to return to the guild for a couple days before Magfest. I'm like, oh god, I gotta be a real person again. This shit sucks. Like one more drop of this and I can get away. Same time. That's not bad. Like it's always that interesting thing where it's like everybody's got like their own way of handling stuff like that. And it's just kind of it's neat seeing everyone's approaches. Like mine is, I think, to make that kind of thing as mindless as possible, where you can sort of just like my hands are painting on their own kind of deal. But then like splitting, that's good. I know some people that legitimately they're like, I have to do it in one go. I have to do, like, if I want to paint a box of a thing, I have to do it in one go, or else I'll let it sit. And I feel that because I do that sometimes. I'll do, like, there's been so many projects that I painted once on stream, and you're like, where did that go, Hal? I'm like, well, I just haven't worked on it in like two years. And I'll pull it out and I'll finish it. I'll be like, oh, that was cool. I should have did that 2 years ago. So it's the worst. It do very much be like that. It do very much be like that. I'm probably missing like one or two like magic angles on these, and that's fine. Oh yeah, Zetai, did I show you my catapult? There will be more garlic lads in the future. I do have have you seen the catapult? Need to like fix some stuff later. There we go. How you doing, Lord of Bones? How you doing? Oh shit, let me show you the catapult then. Oh, I found the guy too. Okay, so zooming out. Trebuchet, my bad. It is a trebuchet. Pedantic fuck. You're fine. I just give you shit. Sorry, Doc J, thank you for the sub. Thank you. All right, behold. So we got the ammo, we got the counterweights, and I don't think I showed you guys this guy. This is the guy manning the trebuchet. He is he does not like garlic, but so he likes to throw them. Bro, are you a female? No, I'm a dude. I just have a high pitched voice. But yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very excited to get this together. Hey, Donkyo, how you doing? So this is coming at some point. Oh, that was so tragic. It's like price gauging system was so cool. It was so nice. It was, and like, it's been a while. If I vaguely remember right, with my shitty memory, it was like roughly the idea that's like because Wizards of the Coast was like cutting their judge program or like downside. There's like some legal issue with like the judge program for Wizards of the Coast not getting paid appropriately, which fair, and I'm with them on that. But like Privateer Press basically was like, oh shit, we don't pay our guys either. Shut the whole thing down. Which was a shame because like when I was into the mini hobby back in like 2011, that was a real nice thing. Just getting like the tournament packets and all like the fun, like flavorful stuff. It was such a cool program. It was nice. Well, like, it sucks that Privateer Press fucked you over like that, but honestly, thank you for the work as part of that, because that was like legitimately a big thing to do back in the day. It was super, super cool. Agents of super. Hey, like, what do you mean you're super tempted? Make another mecha. Why would you hold back? If you want to make big robot, you should make big robot. Big robot life, big robot love. If you're like, I'm feeling the robot, you should. Also, I'm just dry brushing some skulls. No, you're fine. Let me zoom in. So this is a bit of what's it called? This is cork. I use some spackle to kind of like build up the sides. These skulls are from the G-Dubs. Like, it's not the new skull kit. It's like the old one, like the. This bad boy. I've been snacking on this thing for a while. Where it's just like every now and then I'll just pop out a couple of skulls and put them into some shit. It's been nice. And it was neat. I'm very sad because I never got to do those cool alternate scenarios where like, I remember that one scenario where you could run Venter. And Venter was like, he's not a warcaster, but he's also ungodly strong. Oh yeah, no, I know they still do that, but there's also like the one that's like updated. So like, I don't think I'll ever pick that up, but this one I'll just keep like, you know, just picking up a couple of skulls every now and then. I'm currently dry brushing some dark ivory, which I really, really like. Oh yeah, I use cork for everything. Like for Doc J, for my for this lad, I've been for my Belisarius Call. Get it because bird. I've been doing that, and then also for my Saturnine Praetor, I have this little like multi-tiered base set up. I also need to do the spackle on that. So he's gonna sit on it like this and just kind of lurch, which is what I like. I was going through so many heads for him, and I just found that one where it's like, oh, he's big lurching. How you doing, Nanora? How you doing? Also, Matthew, thank you for giving a sub to the CEO of Paint Consumption. Thank you. That robots are a man's romance language. Indeed. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I want to retool my Legion of Everblight for something. There's other games where I could run them in. War Machine's just not a game where I'm at right now, so like one of these days I'll find a way to bring him to the table. Has anyone gifted your boss Shy Lily? I don't think so. No. That must be crazy being someone like Shy Lily and just like I'm getting gift subs to like all kinds of people. I have no idea who this is. My favorite gift sub move is to make a new account that has like a joke relevant to the stream and then give someone a sub. I remember it was what VTuber was it? It was a VTuber who was like, you know those like Disney AMVs where they ship characters from different universes? Oh hell yeah! All hail Torok! Hell yeah! Let's go. Or for it's weird. So Torok in my brain is more undead, even though he's not. I love Everblight is my favorite angry rock. Like so one thing I loved about Everblight in particular. So Everblight, for people who don't know War Machine, was effectively like, imagine if a dragon was a rock. And imagine like all the other dragons are bigger and more powerful than you. But you're angry. You're angry and jealous. So you figure out how to use evil dragon magic to turn people into like little fucked up flesh dragons and stuff like that. And like, it would always be like in the context of like the greater War Machine saying Legion of Everblight was like a threat. But in the same way that like level 3 bandits are a threat in like a D&D campaign, everything else was like nation states battling, going full apocalyptic, and then Everblight's just doing like villain side quest missions. And like, he was doing shit, but I kind of loved him as like underdog evil. I'm like, you angry, stupid, like petulant little rock. I love you. I want you to succeed. And like one of the reasons he eventually, because like at one point in the past he had an empire, but fucked up because he just got pissed off too many people and was just like too big and it's like, I don't even know if I would say mustache twirling. He's kind of like, I don't know, it'd be a great, I don't know a good way to say it, but like it's, he was just so fun. He was just so fun. I know Everblight I think still exists in War Machine, but the fact that like all the Warcasters that I recognize from like the fact that Lilith is now in a different faction, she's like a weird mecha dragon snake lady. I'm good. I'm good, thank you. Yeah, he's doing whims. Like I remember one like the trolls and like the circle were having like big campaign missions where they're talking about stuff. And then, like, I remember one of the big events in, like, Everblight lore was that he tunneled a bunch of his fuckers over to another dragon's base and basically just sieged him. Good old Pyro Malphak, I think was his name. Just sieged the fuck out of this other dragon. And, like, this, like I said, this is, like, a setting side quest. But I'm like, oh, I love him so much. He's so good. He's so good. He's so fun. It was fun. I liked being someone who was like unambiguously evil and arrogant, but also like a little stupid and prideful. And like it also didn't hurt that like dragon mutants are some of the coolest shits ever, you know? How you doing, Lugger Dogs? How you doing? Yeah, because I know a lot of them. I forget a lot of them got killed too. I think didn't Absaloni got taken out behind the shed? I vaguely recall something happened to her that was like death or something close. Because I vaguely recall him like. To be fair, Thagrosh 2 was pretty baller. Thagrosh 2 was I do have a Thagrosh. I should paint my Thagrosh 2. At the very least, I could run Thagrosh 2 as a demon prince. I should just do that. Be like, oh, okay, I can make that real. Yeah, I vaguely recall there was like some weird convergence shenanigans going on with her because of that portal. Everything, so like the War Machine version of End Times was so weird because I feel like, so like, I will say for people who dislike the End Times, I'm not saying you're right or wrong for doing so, but like, at least when the End Times happened, you had like a book. You had like a book you could look at. When the End Times equivalent was happening for War Machine, they basically doled it out via tweets. And I was like, oh boy. How you doing, Ergon? How you doing? You should. I mean, there's like a bunch of games that could still use them. Something I have not looked into. What's it called? There was I wonder if One Page Rules has like War Machine variants for it. I wonder. Monstrosities. Wait, so Chimera's also part Ceph. Why did I keep butchering factions I like? I like Cephalix. Fuck off, Privateer Press. Fuck off, Steamforge Games. But yeah, there was like so this has been years. I'm very likely going to get. I'm sure they're still around, but that's still fucked up. What's it called? There was like the scrolls of something or other. It's like the Henge scrolls or something like that. There was like a guy who had these like big scrolls that would tell like snippets of the future. And a lot of them were basically how Privateer Press would like sneak lore out into the universe without any sort of publishing structure or anything. The Hermit of Henge Hold, there we go. I think I recall his model was pretty baller. But yeah, and as far as I can tell, I think that account is like is dormant or just like not around. Oh, I feel like his model is cooler in my head. I vaguely recall his model as looking a bit more crazy. Let me put the lead. But yeah, say when you're arguing as someone for Twitter, This is who you're speaking to. This is him. This is who's arguing against you on Twitter. um, I kind of like cropping it like down just to like that top bit. There we go. Listen, you may have facts and logic and like whatever your own personal experiences and feelings and whatever, but he has the scrolls. And I guarantee you you do not have the scrolls. So that makes him a better order. I'm sorry. It's just how it is. He's got the scrolls. If you get some scrolls, you have a chance. He's had the scrolls longer, so he's got more scroll experience, but you have a chance at least. Without the scrolls though, you might as well be yelling to no one on the internet. He's the original Doom scroller. Yeah, exactly. You could use him for Mordheim. What's some other things? Especially for like circle stuff. Yeah, let me see. I don't know. There's got to be some other games for them. It is I just really didn't think about the size of that scroll where it's just like yeah, but yeah. So basically the War Machine version of the End Times happened on Twitter. And I'm sure somebody has written that down as like in like a forum post somewhere. That feels like the kind of information that like I need to personally archive that myself, because I could easily see that like falling off the face of the earth in like 5 years, and then people are gonna think I'm crazy. Like, remember the time that there was a man with the scroll on Twitter for War Machine setting? And like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, the Scroll Man. Don't you remember the Scroll Man? Yeah, basically like right before War Machine died, my shop started to get boxes of the Infernals, and I thought they were cool, but they just came out at like the worst possible time where it's like my scene was dead, the box was like $200, and I was like, well, it's like, this is neat. I don't know what I would use them for now, but I don't know. I guess I could. It's so this is gonna sound weird because like I'm thinking about like how I could connect them to the games I play. So the 3 active games I play are thus. Like I play Turnip 28. I don't know if War Machine would be a good fit for Turnip 28. Maybe some of that stuff could fit in like maybe some of the health actions of Trench Crusade. I do wonder if in 3rd edition 40k if there's some way that I could like make like Thagrosh a Demon Prince, and then like run the Carnivian and stuff like that as maybe like a Chaos Spawn or something. I don't know. There's got to be some way to make that work. Oh, actually, no, I could use that as a Chaos Dreadnought. Actually, might not be terrible. Like I might have to get cooking. Maybe just get some Marines. It's like I don't know. It's like I want to find some use, and like the only other option is like potentially I know someone locally has been talking about getting into OPR, and there's like I said, there's probably someone who statted up a bunch of classic War Machine armies in OPR. I have to imagine. I know, only released in US. God, yeah, it's tragic. Yeah, it's like as far as I can tell, Steamforged Games has been doing a good job running War Machine, and just everything Privateer Press did. I don't know if they've been fucking up. They've been fucking up in a way that I have not perceived. But I'm curious to see how it's gonna go. It's also weird because like I know deep in my heart that like every war game could just explode no matter what. How you doing, Chieftain? How you doing? I'm feeling nostalgic about War Machine as I paint a mini for a different dead war game. Yippee! As one does. I'm definitely gonna need to paint this like 2 or 3 times to like layer the lighter gray on the wraps, especially because the darker gray needs a little bit of extra as well. Yeah, oh, that's true. I also do have that. Like, I also do have my old Thagrosh. I gave you your Supreme Noise earlier. I did do that. So we've currently been trying 3rd, and I've been enjoying 3rd because I like the codex, and I know the 4th edition Chaos Codex gets a lot lamer. But also like, it's also interesting because we're looking into, so apparently like near the end of 3rd, they were trying out in chapter approved a version of the assault phase, which was basically what would become 4ths. Oh, 4th edition War Machine. I got you. Maybe let me take a it's ad break. Let me take a sip real quick. I had a bunch of stuff up. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. All right, oh, I nearly dropped my brush. Oh, I would like to get Cities of Death one of these days. That'd be fun. Yeah, so the nice thing I think, I know that the apps are like, you can get the app for free. If not, I don't want to pay for the app. I would just love to see like what parts of my army could be converted for 4th edition. I never got it seems like a lot of stuff towards the end, like the weird esoteric nonsense, like the Archons and whatnot got dropped, and I never picked those up. I also never picked up the Hellmouth. Hellmouths came out, like I said, right in that awkward time where I was like, well, it's kind of dead where I'm at. But it was also weird because I distinctly remember for a while, like, Legion kind of lived or died by the Hellmouth, where it was like the ability just to like move a unit across the table and to like optimal kill lanes was just such a big part of the faction identity that they actually tried to. Oh, okay. So One Machine was recently trying to do a thing that's like subscribe, and if you subscribe, you get like the big Cephalix, like I don't know what they're called, like the 80 millimeter base ones. They're not. I don't know if they count as like the colossal equivalents or whatever. Something to that degree. Something to that degree. Oh, the grotesques, maybe? That sounds right. There's a couple of hybrid users with claws, but I think grotesques immediately come to mind. Super heavy. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it'd be fun to see like I said, or maybe I just make cold space marines and just turn Thagrosh into like. That's a funny thing. I actually have very little units. I have I have a 10-man unit of Legionnaires. I have the pot ladies who stirred a big pot. Should we go? Oh yeah. So I don't know where his base went. Buddy. When I was cleaning my desk, I just found this. I guess at some point I stripped the paint off the pot, and you can see like green stuff I did like 10 years ago. Not too bad. Oh, the virtues. Gotcha. Those. By the time those were out, I was like way out of the game. Yeah. The junior and the monstrosity. Yeah. It's also weird. Like I never really like just because I never really like figured out juniors. Like I'm aware that for like warcasters they kind of made more sense, but the idea that like a warlock that's easier to kill always felt weird to me. I'm sure there's like some way to use them really, really well, but like I'd always see they're like, oh yeah, this is a junior warlock. I'm like, I'm good, thank you. That could be. I was decent at the game, but I would be willing to believe that that's a little bit of like scrubsness showing. I have exactly one pinup, and it's the no. I have two actually. I have the steel keg protector. Mind you, as far as like a pinup goes. Robot lady is not super pin-uppy. I also got it was the one of the thralls, one of them like the mechanic thralls or whatever, but the one with like the big meaty fists. I do have one of those as well. Yeah, they're both cool models. I don't got a lot. But yeah, so basically, yeah, I guess if I really wanted just to be like if I wanted to be the like her everything's Warhammer, I guess I could sort of backport my Legion into 40K, so that way I could actually take it to the shop and play with it. That might not be bad actually. Like it feels weird to do, but also like my very first army has literally been collecting dust for years. I have not touched so many of those in like I said, like legitimately over it. Like I move them around and like, you know, like I keep them in I recently rehoused them actually. I put them in one of those like little magnet carry cases. Yeah, it's weird. I'm like, I owe it to them to like bring them back. That's a weird thing to say, but like, I don't know. Sometimes I have a little fun anthropomorphizing things, as a treat. Like when I go to my local used bin and like the little sad puppy dog faces of all the minis I didn't buy, they look back up at me and I'm like, I'm sorry. I don't need any more Chaos Havocs. I don't need you, buddy. I know this is a good deal, but I can't. I won't. Get a bathtub. Oh yeah, no, that's a good shit. A lot of Everblight support units were really fun, but yeah, Also goofy. You know, war games have a lot of goofy shit in them, and I love them for that. Getting that fucking. I think this one I'm gonna keep a lighter gray. The wrappings, the plan is I want to eventually build them up to. Oh fuck, these are supposed to be metal. Time-wise, I'm getting there. Actually, like looking pretty solid. Like they are looking like they're supposed to. Get the leg wrappings of a lot of them. I legit. I'll get there eventually. Yeah, like I said, yeah, I guess I gotta do that. I guess I want to bring all my mini. I also have like, I want to map this out. I have what's in my brain, like I'm jokingly in my brain. I have it labeled as the Torment Nexus. It is basically the way a lot of my armies between war games intersect. I'm not one of those people where like I have one thing for one game and one thing for another. And thus they will never touch. I'm like, I paint chaos, so things just kind of get all mushed. And it's the best. Oh, dude, it's you never live that down. So for people who did not play War Machine, I'll explain this the Forsaken Blight Bomb. So you had a unit called the Forsaken, which was like an elf that was like so fucked up with blight that it became like a weird like gargoyle elf lady. That's fine. That's just kind of what blight did. What you call it? So what the big purpose of Forsaken was that like whenever your war beasts get used for their attacks, they get angry, and you got to rip the anger off of them as like fury points to power your spells. But if you're running a lot of war beasts, there'll be too much fury to remove. So you get like shepherds, which are like little Healy units that do that, or specifically Forsaken, which you rip off a bunch of that fury with the Forsaken. And Forsaken can then like expunge that as either like you can basically like boost your like melee attacks. But the big thing is you could spend, I believe, all of it. I think you would generally spend all of it, and you would create like a big blast. And anything that was holding on to focus or fury, like the energy points of the game for casting spells and powering warjacks, would take bonus damage for each point of that you had on there. So like, usually this like it was the base was weak, but you would eventually roll so many dice that sometimes you could, if you got lucky, you could dunk their leader unit. Which in War Machine, if you kill the leader, they just die. They just forfeit die. You cannot survive the death of your leader. And I've done that a couple of times, like maybe like sub 3. I know I've definitely done it at least once. I just do not recall the instance of that because it's been over a decade. Oh god, yeah, no, I'm like one of those people that if somebody just showed up and like, here, Hal, here's X army for free, I would be like, thank you. Like, I would still say thank you if somebody did that for the sisters, but every time I look at them, I'm like, oh god, that's... Like, people who paint sisters are some of the strongest people out there in the hobby, because dear god. Yeah, it's like, I never really got that, like, bucket of dice feeling until I started playing Turnip. And then I'm doing, like, 12 shots with my fodder and whatnot, and just seeing things explode through just sheer dice math is pretty fun. It's pretty nice. Yeah, like I bought the I think it's called, is it the Immolator, the one that's like the very fancy rhino. I bought one of those used so I could specifically desecrate it into a word bearer's vehicle, and basically a word bearer's rhino with some extra bits. And every time I look at it, I'm like, there are so many fleur-de-lis on this motherfucker. Like my plan is just to like eventually strip the primer and just hack at them with a knife. Well, there's so many. And this is just fleur-de-lis. This isn't like trim or like little baby angels or whatever. There's just so much on there. Yeah, oh, this could be apocryphal. But what I recall is my friend who would play Karchev would camp a lot of focus on him, so he basically was like a soft warjack. And his Karchev flew too close to the sun, because even with all that focus, he had like 20 something armor. But if you roll a lot of D6s and don't roll poorly, you do eventually punch through 27 armor, or 20 however much. Yeah, it was War Machine was such a silly game. I both miss it and also don't miss it. Like, there's a reason that I'm like pretty okay with not going back to well, like basically not going back to fourth edition. Like, I'm sure it's a fun game and they probably learned some lessons, but there's still a lot of things I think about them. Like, I don't like, unless they've completely gotten rid of that. Like, I never had problems with this, and this is not like, other people have skill issue. Like, I play Legion of Everblight, and if you're a newbie and your opponent was Krios 1, who had an ability to like knock down your entire enemy army, and once that happens, you can just kind of go in and clean house. Now, there are ways to counterplay that. You're supposed to, like, like spread your forces or add some bodyguard units, or if you're playing like a Hordes army, you make sure that you can suck up a lot of damage and give it back to like one of your war beasts. It's not impossible. It is weirdly unintuitive as a new player. Like, you're like, okay, I'm positioning, and then your opponent's like, I knock down all your shit. Like, oh. And then I kill you. You're like, oh. Okay. Like, I do remember stuff like that. I'm like, man, that was like, what my local scene had like a crew, like a group that whenever someone had interest in war games would like scoop them up into War Machine, and that was really cool. I think it's when you get that like community outreach that's willing to like, yeah, we're gonna like teach you and like show you cool shit. But man, just seeing the light from someone's eyes when that happens was brutal. It's absolutely brutal. And then meanwhile, my motherfuckers were like, Everblight was also a bullshit faction. I'm not gonna lie. I put down the smoke screen. I have eyeless sight. I see through your smoke screen. I hide in the woods. Eyeless sight sees through the woods. Eyeless sight sees through the woods. Also, I have flying in Pathfinder. I charge through the woods at full speed, unlike you. You're like, oh, I guess I died. And I'm like, yep. Yeah, it'd be like that. Oh god, yeah. I conceptually really fuck with, like, Genestealer Cult is such an interesting premise where it's like a revolutionary force, because like everybody knows the Imperium is shit. Like, the Imperium is just bad. So the idea of like a crazy like counterinsurgency group within the Imperium, but one that is also hopelessly corrupted by alien genetics, is such a neat idea. It's really cool. It's really, 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 really neat. But like, God, all those details, all the fucking mining bullshit, which is why, like, yeah, I got that out of my system when I did what's it called? When I did my Genestealer stuff for Turnip, because I could use Turnip bodies with Genestealer parts instead of Genestealer bodies, which are like infinite mining lasers. Oh, actually, I didn't know that about Proteus. Proteus was like on that list of like, I need to pick this up before what's it called? Before the end. How you doing, Aslan? How you doing? Oh yeah, no, it's very expensive for what you get. Yeah. But I still like it. Conceptually, it's cool. Maybe someday I'll crack and I'll do a full Genestealer army. Very unlikely. Very, very, very unlikely. But you know, maybe. Oh shit, we go in mimic mode. I'm gonna leave the apron on though. I don't want to get covered in paint. Yippee! I'm not. I think that, like, I do have like a patriarch and like the brood coven sitting around some paint stripper, and I think that'll be fine. You know, I think that'll be fine. So like and maybe I'll just, like, if I don't care about like playing in the G-Dub store, I could make a full Turnip 28 Genestealer Cult army where I just use turnip bits, and it's gonna be mostly 3D printed. So like, if I go to a G-Dub store, they're gonna say no, but also like, yeah, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Oh yeah, he had like a 6-inch melee attack or something stupid. Oh, Proteus, what a lad. Yeah, they're like, there's Peter Fahavari does a lot of good books, but the Cult of the Spiral Dawn is a really, really neat Genestealer Cult book he did, because like the Genestealer cultists are in, like, they're characters. They're not like the most subtle motherfuckers ever, but you actually, besides like the people who are stuck on this planet, you also get to see the Genestealer cult from the perspective of the Genestealer cult. And it's really, really cool. And like how one of the Magi is like, I'm getting old. My way of life of trying to keep the cult at like a peaceful mode, like the era of peace is basically at an end. There's two people who are likely to succeed me as magus, and they're going to like really, really shoot for war, and are going to really, really make things bad for everyone. It's a really cool book. I love all of it. I'm sad that I basically listened to all of his audiobooks, and now it's either like I buy. I would be okay with reading more physical 40K books if it wasn't for the fact that, like, I either have to get the ebook version, which I'm like, on, or, like, the physical copies just go on sale and just instantly get sold out and you can never buy them again. That's the worst. I hate it. 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 We still got a lot of details to get through, but... Here. There we go. I need to get his hands now. Try to get a little bit on there. Physical books. No, the thing is, like, I think collecting the physical books are neat. I almost bit into. I almost like they almost got a hit on me when I saw that there was a physical version of Lords of Silence. I almost got that. I think the price was just a little too high for me just to be like it's like $80 for a book, which is a shame because it seemed like legitimately really cool, and then it just like this is fine, but it's like I already have too many expensive hobbies. The idea of collecting 40K books to add to that is just not super worth it. It's 640K books. Oh shit! You know, I actually never considered the idea of checking Barnes and Nobles for 40K books. Maybe that might be fun. Maybe that might be fun. Oh, Genefall. Genefall is the second call book. I still need to read. I need to read Archmagos, but I really don't want to because the more call books I read, the more I find him personally very annoying. It's really funny. It's like once again, in the grand scheme of 40K books, every time I read about a faction, I'm like, yeah, they're really cool. I'm really into them. I'm even tempted to buy some models. Except for Harlequins and Mechanicus. Harlequins or Mechanicus, I'm like, oh, the more I read about you, the more I actively dislike you. The more I read about you, the more I actively dislike you. I'm good. Yeah, oh yeah, they our shops have that like thing where like Games Workshop releases a bunch of like shitty board, like Games Workshop has always released shitty board games in the States, but it's like Brutal Ball, where it's like Blood Bowl, where it is I have heard good things about Mechanicus though that I need to take a look at. It's like basically like Blood Bowl with even less, like, not that Blood Bowl is edgy, but it's like trying to be like more generic and just kind of whatever, like stuff like that. I know the only ones, like, I think my local so there is a there's a Space Marines one for Dawn of War that's like, it's a Space Marines board game, and like no one gives a shit about the game. People give a shit because it has the honored of the chapter for like $40 instead of $190. I think there's one near me. There's a copy of it near me, and I'm like, I keep going back and forth because I'm like, I don't need more. I don't even really paint my Marines, but also it's just like, how? It's a super discounted deal. How? What if you need them later? How? Like, I'm so weak to deals, but I'm trying to be better. It's such a weird thing to say that I'm going to be better. I'm not going to buy Space Marine box. But like, for real though, it's like, you know, I don't need those. If I bought them, I would just sit on them. Like, I don't need any of those. Like the guys with the cool shields, I forget what, the Shield Wardens or whatever. I'm like, that's cool. That's neat. That's nice. I'm like, I'm chipping away at my pile of shame. I know my pile of shame's eternal. That's fine. That's whatever. The joke is that, like, I'll retire as a VTuber when I run out of my pile of shame with the kind of, like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That's not happening, motherfuckers. But, like, I don't need to add to it that egregiously. Like, like, at the very least, like, if I buy a dumb mini, it can at least be for, like, an army I actively paint or for, like, a project I need. And I paint Minotaurs every now and then, and I do like painting Minotaurs, but, like, not to the degree that would, like, justify me spending money on a thing I won't paint for, like, a long time. Oh, damn, that's a lot. Oh, yeah, it was Char, right? I'm like, by the time I learned about her, she was basically, like, not a VTuber. Like, I don't mean to disparage. I just think after a while, Char was more of like a manager, like just someone who has an anime presence online, but like doesn't do much with it. Like, not like it's like a super negative way, just chilling. Yeah, she had a bunch of like, I mean, Gunpla stacks up a lot too because like the boxes are big and they're cheap. Oh, okay. I don't blame you on that. Blackstone Fortress kind of fucks as far as models go. I am very happy that the Blackstone Fortress Nurgle models are being reprinted in that new Battle Force. I'm not going to be picking that new Battle Force up because I'm not, but that's cool. I'm glad they did it. I'm super glad they did it. That was a good move to bring Snot Flemius and the Fart Squad. I actually don't know what they're called. I know it's a guy who I think is supposed to. I think one of them is supposed to be a Chaos Sorcerer and Terminator armor, and then the rest are supposed to be just like a 3-man unit of Putrid Blightlords with alternate sculpts, I believe. I forgot if he's also supposed to be a Putrid Blightlord, but he's got like a no, not Gellerpox. It's like I said, it was like a Blackstone Fortress like Nurgle guy. I'll put him on screen real quick. I'll do that in a sec. Let me get some really yeah. Oh, is he a Lord of Contagion Alternative? Oh yeah, because like. There's like a debacle where he's on like a 40 mil base, but the Lord of Contagion from like the Dark Imperium box is 50 mil. And you could kind of do whatever until they're like, actually, no, they gotta be on 50 mil bases. Oh, okay. I didn't know he's a Lord of Contagion. I saw the goop in his hand and I was like, oh yeah. That felt like a sorcerer to me, but that's valid. The Chaos Sorcerer with Terminator armor feels like one of those things that it's going to eventually stop existing. Like one codex are just gonna be like, there's not like an actual real model for this, so it's squatted. So that's not surprising. Yeah. Oh, you can still buy them for like $50, I guess. That's. Once again, G-Dub's prices are so fucked. I'm like, oh, $50 for four big guys. That's not bad. I'm like, oh wait, no, that's like. That's a decent chunk of change. Yeah, like I'm torn. He's got the exact same face problem as like what's it called? You guys know like you guys know the new guy, the new Daemon Prince guy from the Darkwater box, right? Where he's got a bit of a goober face where it's like I don't think it's inappropriate. Like I don't think they fucked up. I don't necessarily like it. Guys, I think I need to make this an emote. Guys, I think after stream I'm going to make this an emote. It's going to be called, like, heh. Like... Hold on, everybody. Guys, I need to do something stupid. Open with... Get a image editor out. Let me go to my dashboard, viewer rewards, emotes. How many emote slots I got? I need to kick out an emote slot. I will go for one that I don't think gets used a lot. Let's get rid of Watt. I'm sorry, Watt doesn't get used a lot. I'm gonna remove that. Goodbye, good night, sweet prince. All right, let's get my cropping tool and crop it directly into his beautiful grin. I don't know what size this needs to be. If I can crop it a little further. I'm going to export this now as this is stupid. I'm going to export as heh. And let's see if I can upload this. Let's see if I got the size right. Okay, I gotta increase the size, image size, make that 112. So it's gonna be a little crusty, which I think is actually gonna be a benefit for us. There we go. File export. Let's try this. Okay, and okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see. Upload. Luckily, they just let you upload any bullshit nowadays. So, I believe you might need to refresh now. You might need to refresh now, but I believe now you can go. Oh, is it not gonna let me do midstream? Fuck. Okay, well, okay. That's fine. Come next stream, a week from today. Oh shit, no, it works. What the fuck? Oh, I need to refresh. I need to refresh my own side. I see what's going on. I see what, isn't it good? It's so good. It's so good. Let's see, I think. Motherfucker, I still have access. Maybe I gotta manually type it. I don't got access to my own emote. This is fucked up. This is truly 1984. He looks so good. I'm glad Games Workshop doesn't give a shit that I use their model spaces for emotes. No one stopped me yet. It's really good though. Like, okay. His face is like, you know, it's whatever for a mini, but it's so good as an emote. I'm glad you guys like it. Yippee, let's go. Let's go. I like to give back to the community in the dumbest way possible. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Most VTubers are like, I'm going to. Yeah, so everybody can use them but me. That's fucked up, sure. Like most VTubers are like, yes. Yes, I'm going to get, like, mind you, I like getting my emotes commissioned, and I will be getting some more emotes probably once I get the new Halfit. But I also like doing this. Also Mike Twins, thank you for the sub. Enjoy. There's several fine pieces of Games Workshop IP. You also have access to the Catachan as Huh. You also got John Gondor from the hit game Lord of the Rings: The Third Age. I forget if there's another thing in there. Oh hell yeah. I'll take it. I'll take vibes in the wonderful Photoshop job I did midstream. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, let's go. God, see, it's I have to imagine at some point G-Dubs is going to make a new Catachan model, and I think they should. However, that face has brought me more joy than several good paint jobs. It's got this level of like whimsy and innocence to it that I greatly enjoy. I was hoping I'd get to do a bit more like base coating. So some of these are like, okay. So I'm trying to think if this guy, I think he's got a little chain there or not. I'm not sure. As far as I'm aware, they haven't released any new Catachan models. I could totally be wrong. Maybe am I on crack? That's a perfect recreation of like so for Steve, the first two, both of the heads are when a pun is told. The John Gondor is your reaction, and then the Kataha is mine. There we go. Yeah, I was gonna say Krieg has been getting the love lately because people realize that people like Krieg. It only took Games Workshop like 10 years to remember that people do indeed like Krieg, which is strange, but sure. I guess also like for a while Krieg were more of like a Forge World thing, and I wonder if like there were like animosities, maybe the wrong word. But like you guys kind of know how like Games Workshop likes to like keep like the departments separate. I do wonder if like now that Forge World is kind of rolled into G-Dubs proper, I wonder if that kind of like reclaimed if that sort of like reclaimed Krieg for them, and they're like, oh yeah, no, this is ours now, and we can feel good about releasing our stuff. Yeah, I don't know how much of the G-Dubs departmental rivalries are true, but everything I've heard about it sounds fucking awful, you know? It sounds awful, and it feels like it makes the games worse by like separating things. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like, though it's kind of weird because, like, I mean, Huron is bad, yes, but that like the evil version of Huron, I think, has been around since like yeah, because like fourth edition was his big reveal for like, oh yeah, here's like a model of Huron and everything. So like for that, I wonder if it's less that and more that like, oh yeah, because like Huron is neat, and like I think Huron needs to exist as the face of like, we are renegade Chaos Space Marines. Like not that they're like not worshiping Chaos or anything, but like every other of the big Marine chapters are like, hey, we were from the heresy and we've been just, you know, just dicking around for 10,000 years. I really like Huron as like a recent fault to Chaos that is still like very big and influential to the setting. They also try to do, because like they also try to do something similar in 7th edition with the Crimson Slaughter guys, where they're like, we need another Chaos that is we need another Chaos that's going to be like a non-heresy Chaos. But they were stupid because the Games Workshop has a problem, and that problem is making red Space Marines. Like, we got Word Bears, we got fucking World Eaters, we got Blood Angels, we got Crimson Slaughter, we got Red Corsairs, we have Exorcists, we have Horus Heresy Thousand Sons. I'm definitely forgetting some. Yeah, and like, yeah, that's true. That's a good point. So like, you know, say what you want about Ultramarines. You can have like Mortifactors as Ultramarine successors, and they're weird, but they don't just look like Blood Angels. Like every Blood Angel successor chapter, other than the Angels, the Angels Resplendent, the ones from the book I like, which are like more like blue actually. I wonder what their scheme looks like. I forgot. I think it's like more like blue or orange angels. And then they turn into Angels Penitent, and they just become orange, which is cool. Is there no pictures of the Angels Resplendent? What the fuck? Okay, there we go. Formerly. Oh, the Lexiconum doesn't have a good picture of them. Fuck. That's fine. It's fine anyway. Cargarians are cool. I don't know. Games Workshop is very stingy with things that aren't Ultramarine, so we'll find out. I would love if Erebus got a new model. That would fuck. I would love that. But yeah, and with that, it is unfortunately time to wrap up for the night because I am being forced to return to a normal employed work schedule. So let's go to the chatting screen. All right, thank you nerds for coming. I had a lot of fun. The schedule for next week is there is no schedule for next week. I will be at MagFest. I'm not planning to do like an event or anything. If you happen to find me there, I will have stickers, but I'm not planning on doing any like big get together thingy, whatever. So just it do be like that. But yeah, thanks for coming, everyone. Thanks for coming. All right. Great. Everybody on the YouTube side, I'm gonna cut you loose. So take it easy and bye, YouTube people. Bye bye.